Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, July the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. And small victories, small victories. I can finally see the numbers beside. I did some more cache deleting, etc. So I saw the numbers, so it should be good now. I know when there's going to be posts in the different tabs. So the first thing is, guys, I know everybody held DFNS a little bit. Poe, I know you said you were going to hold about 1,000 shares at DFNS overnight. So I guess we're not going to see you anymore because you are now a little, not a millionaire, but a lot of money came into DFNS. Too bad, right, guys? I mean, did it hit 100? Remember, I jokingly said yesterday, this looks like it's going to hit 100. So it hit 107, 108 in the pre-market. And unbelievable. hmm What else is happening? So we have the DFNS, NUWE. Let's see, 514, 172% up, 650,000 in the float. Yeah, the float turnover is a filter. It's not an alert. I don't think it. I think it's better served as a filter myself. But by the way, I couldn't see anybody in YouTube. Oh, thank you. There, I see the post now, Pepe. Thank you. All right, YW. So there's the DFNS. PN is, this has been active for about 3 or 4 days now. This showed up in the reversal scanner, I want to say last week. I'm pretty sure it showed up last week, and it's kept moving. I mean, this was last week. There's a $4 stock. It's now $17.21. PN, and it's another micro float, 1.2 million in the float. I don't think there's been any. Well, wait a minute. PN Smart Energy completes acquisition of Nanjing Sesson Power, advancing its transition toward an independent power producer. Meta had a big miss last night. Really? Take a look at the. So I see. I'm just looking at a few earnings plays. There are a lot of earnings plays, but what I'm looking for are earnings plays with some volume. So you said Meta had a big miss, META. Yes, boy, 10% down with 2 billion in the float. That is a big miss. You are absolutely right. So I'll be following MetU. MetU is down double that. This is an ETF and lots of volume, plenty of volume. First, let's take a look at Meta and see where there could be some support. Okay. Can't see it on a daily or week. Well, not on a daily for sure. How about on a monthly now? So we're at 527. The next low looking left on a monthly chart is 520. And that was back in March. So 520 is the next low looking left. Still $7 above that. What's having a nice start is that, well, it's all relative, of course, but SpaceX. SpaceX is having a decent start. I think didn't I see some news about them? SpaceX stock rises on hope. Big U.S. Space Force launch order can stem the slump. That was the news. Morning, Faith. Still having problems with your PC? I'm talking to Faith in our YouTube room. So I had no reaction about the DFNS. Okay, well, I guess everybody had it. Unbelievable, though, isn't it? I mean, look at this: $5 this week, 100. NBIS, is that a NBIL? So, oh, well, NBIS, yeah, NBIS. Wow, so NBIS, the stock is up 12%. A couple of ETFs for it. Which is the big one? Which is the so NBIL has 904,000 shares. NBIG has, so they're about the same price. So if you're gonna play the ETF, the company ETF, NBIL would, in my opinion, be the way to go. Just has a little more liquidity. I'm sure both of them would be fine, but spread wise, let's see, NBIL 61.67, NBIG 51.54. Yeah, actually a little tighter spread for the NBIG. So again, if you thought NBIS was going to continue higher, you could buy this. You're going to get double the move. Nebia stock surges as Microsoft Cloud beat lifts Neo Cloud sentiment. So this has got really nothing to do with. It's got really nothing to do specifically with the stock, other than the fact that the sector is moving. The cloud revenue for Microsoft and Azure, et cetera. So I guess that's the reason. Yeah, a little bit of a pop for Meta. If you're using MetU through the right at the VWAP. So can somebody post something in the specific? Oh, don't worry, don't do it. Don't have to do it. I wanted to make sure that I am getting a little number when there's a post in one of the tabs. And thank you, Obi. You just posted that for TAL. So there, wow. So there's some sort of disasters here, guys, on earnings. TDoc, look at TDoc, Teladoc Health. TDoc down 18%, pretty big float, 175 million in the float. So what you're saying, Sam, is that you actually held some risky business, but all depending on how much you held. But I was watching that, and that was the most frustrating thing for me yesterday. I kept missing. I was in semi chase mode. I kept missing it by just a little bit. I was actually looking at it post market, and I was trying to get some at around the $50 level. Yeah, right in here. That's about 415. I was actually watching it post market. I saw that little pullback here, and then but I kept missing it. I said, "Oh well, where's it going to go?" Well, it went up to 99. Rocky, good morning. There was, well, however you want to brand it, a short squeeze, however you want to brand it. They had some kind of news a couple of days ago. I think Grumpy posted it about a somebody taking a 15% stake or something like that. But it, now I was able to take part in that one. We were watching all afternoon. What's the one? I thought it was the STKH, but it is not. Yeah, once a week. Well, it depends where you get it and how many shares you have, right, Sam? You are either French or European. I'm just looking at the A. Or you've got a French keyboard, Sam? My evening scan? Oui, bonjour. Okay. I have no idea, Poe. I haven't looked at my even scan for years and years and years. I have no idea. The data disappears around 10 p.m. Pacific. I have no idea. I mean, if you freeze it, are you talking about a top list window? I have no idea what you're talking about, honestly. Because I haven't done any evening scan work for years. If you're talking about a top list window, you could always freeze it. But is it a top list window? No, it isn't. Where are you getting any of this information? My evening scan. That's such a long, long time ago. I thought my evening scan though was a top list window because I was looking at on my homepage. Okay, you've piqued my curiosity. Oh, you got it from my homepage years ago. Oh, I see. Okay. But my evening scan was a top list. I didn't think it was an alert window because it was trying to find stocks that had moved. Okay. Haven't used it for years, Poe. So okay. STKH. What is this one doing? STKH and stakeholder. Another low float, 807,000 in the float, and the 200-day moving average is right there, 565. So there's room still. That's not gonna that's far enough away if it wants to keep moving. So the market, what a blasted day yesterday. I mean, look at the Dow, 1152 blasting down, SPY down 11, Qs were down 13. There was a big sell-off at the end. This is going to you new Doc Bar channel. Okay, I want to no. I used to have a doc layout that I would use. Let me just after hours scan. After hours scan. Now this is going to really my machine is going to I'd actually look at this. If I get some time, I might even look at this. This was weak stocks down, top list on short windows, stronger than the market. This is all after hours stuff that I used to do, the little layout that I had. Hmm. Anyway, so the SPY is up though now. The SPY is having a bit of a recovery, guys. What are we? We're up 5 points. Here's another sort of not a lot of volume yet, but RTO is another one that is down on earnings, down 18% on earnings. Jersey Mike's buddy. Have you tried a sandwich? I like the number seven. Okay. Are you talking to me? I know you. I know you put Barry exclamation mark. Boy, this PN just keeps moving and moving. That's the one, the SPRC. That was the one that gave me a little bit towards the end of yesterday. Yeah, we follow that one quite a bit. This was the one right about, yeah, right about here. It started to move. Took out that 9 and it got up to 10. I was still sitting at my desk. Can I share that scan? You're talking about the layout. I think I can. Well, I know I can, but I can't remember if there are any custom formulas in there. I can't really remember. And it's a docked window. Okay, it's a dock. Okay, everything's in a dock. So okay, anything. No. Okay, so remember, this is a dock window or dock layout. You can take the individual, whatever you want out of it, create a free floating window out of it. Now, the good news about the dock window, if you've got a layout up and running already, it's not going to erase your layout. Because custom formulas are unique to everybody's account. Okay. Now, Pepe may be able to answer this. So, for instance, if I have a custom formula, so you can have up to 100 custom formulas. If my custom formula was U9, okay, because they're all ranked from U0 down to U99, like user. So anyway, if my custom formula happened to be in my list, the ninth one, and so Pepe, if nobody has a custom formula in theirs, because what would happen is if you had a custom formula of yours that was U9, would it overwrite it? Or if you don't have a custom formula at all, would it appear as a U0? Pepe may know that. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you guys think about that sandwich. It's what the market thinks. All right, guys, we at 9:20. So we'll not create a custom formula. It will only try to use what is specified. But how would it try to use it? Do I think DFNS is done? I have no idea. I mean, DFNS looked done a few days ago, but I mean, it hit 100. I mean, for no reason. I mean, it hit 107. So, I mean, do I think it's done? It's your guess is as good as mine. Should it be done? Of course, it should be done. There's no reason for this to be up here, but it's all about low float, 930,000 in the float. I was trying to buy Faith. I was trying to buy a DFNS at one point around $35, but I also tried to buy it. There was a couple times even in the 40s, and then in the 50s. I think that was after hours. I never would have held. Well, wouldn't have had to hold it overnight. It got over to what got up to $97 at 5 o'clock. Thing about the DFNS is that it had some history. It did have some history before, didn't it? I actually think it did. I think this is a. I think that might be a true number, $330, not split adjusted. I think, but anyway, there will be another one. Okay, let me take a look. This is what I want to do now. Take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click from new, then click on the dog channel bar. All these theme-based sector or channels, and I'm going to take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. What is the strong sector? 7 minutes before the 9:30 open. Well, SMH rallying. Okay, guys, SMH is rallying as the nukes and the quants are rallying, but the semis are rallying. Technology rallying. Who's bad? XLC communications, interesting. Usually with tech, communications will rally at the same time, but no. So communications, there might be some communication stocks releasing earnings today. Some big ones, maybe driving it down. Power, my goodness, PWR up 13%. This is an earnings play, probably. I wonder if there's an ETF on this one. Energy, well, energy, all the energy stocks yesterday they were all up. Today they're all down, basically. SFM, guys, isn't this the? Oh no, this is an earnings play. SFM is an earnings play. Did that have anything to do with the lettuce and the what it was called, cyclo something or other? I might have taken a sick day if I bought it. Funny, Faith. But was it was Tyson also, or I don't remember anymore. I mean, it's all that news that was coming out. But at any rate, SFM is an earnings play, and not an all, no, not an all-time high. Okay, But there are wow, Carvana. Look at Carvana. CVNA. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, Carvana's an earnings play. CVNA is an earnings play, and it's getting hit. GPI, probably. Most of these are going to be earnings plays. Anytime a stock is down so much, usually either A, they've got some news on their own, or earnings. And yeah, so GPI, another earnings play, real expensive one. ANF, probably an earnings play. Nope, not an earnings play. ANF is not an earnings play. Weak, a little bit weak. So we've got the on the Amazon. I wonder, is Amazon an earnings play? Yeah, Amazon's an earnings play. Okay, strong earnings play for Amazon so far. Another earnings play. Wow, 1.25 billion in the float for the LRCX. That's a good move, 6%. And this through yeah. So this is a nice big move for L. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. You have to make sure use pre and post market has to be checked. I was wondering why does it say it's down when it's or down when it's really up? So LRCX is an earnings play. This is up. Probably ETFs for this too. Seagate. Look at this prices of some of these. Seagate, $850. MKTX is being bought. I sold my swing this morning. That's from William. So I'll check this out about 10:15. Try to remember to do it around 10:15 to see what sort of changes we've had in the sectors. But right now, as we speak, the semis are popping. Tech. Now this NLR just doesn't have any volume. I don't know why we even put it in here. Yeah, the only thing about Nokia, somebody was trying to tell me a long time ago how to pronounce that, Nokia. That's a big move for this stock. I see that we see this stock a lot, of course, but it just doesn't usually move that much. But that's a big move for Nokia. 9% with 5 billion in the float, coming right into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 913, so it's right there. Will that stop it? I'm just looking to see if there's any news on it. I don't see any news on it. Minute to the open. Thank you, Poe. You just jumped the gun by a few seconds, but now it is. All right, guys. Well, first thing I do is get rid of these. Get my upside versus downside movers up there. Make an adjustment for this. And Xerox. My goodness, every time I see this zero NBIL guys, so NBIL, so NBIS, the stock is on the move here, on the move. Wow, really on the move. 15%. The stock is up. This is up 30%. So if you really thought it was going to continue, and are there shares available to short? Yes, there are shares available to short for this one. So if we think it's going to run out of steam, And as always, I'm going to wait for the anything to show up in here. My trend reversals. This is going to start earliest alert will be at 9:35. Now let's watch this market, guys. We're up 6 points right now. The SPY is. Let's see if we can see if it holds. The VWAP's around 573, 734. Well, down goes DFNS to start. HIMS, didn't they have a lawsuit or something thrown at them yesterday? Bad day yesterday. Little continuation today. HIMS. SpaceX, as always, has a tremendous range, guys. Dropped down to about 114 and a half, right back up to 117. And well, this might not be over. SBRC, what's the volume like? Volume is well, it's trying to pick up. There's volume right now. It's SBRC. This was the high yesterday. The high yesterday was 1020, and it just got to 1016. So put your price alert just a little bit above the high yesterday and see if it can run from there. The monthly high, last month's high was around 1580. So there's room in a monthly chart. And on the weekly chart, little bit of room, 1138. But it's running. It's just too quick for me right now. Out of curiosity, what is the spread? Yeah, spread is it's semi untradeable right now. 76.95 sort of widens. NBIL guys, NBIL is still making a move here. STKH, so we saw that in the pre-market, STKH, and there is the 200-day moving average. So far enough away, not quite $2 away. So that's not going to block it anytime soon. And guess what? Low float, 807,000 in the float, and it's traded 11 million already. 8,500 times normal up to this time of day. That's what that relative volume filter is telling you. LKQ. Okay, you mentioned that one. Sorry, I know you mentioned it. So much going on. LKQ. This is an earnings play. Yes, it is. You're playing a bounce though, right? 2022-05. Are you? Wow, you're playing a bounce. So you had a little bit at 2205, and we're now at 2141. Not quite a lifetime low, but let's take a look on the monthly chart. Where is the next low in a monthly chart? Well, you got to go back a few years. Got to go back to 2020, 1934. Yeah. 2142. Yeah, 2142. So we're at 2134 right now. So a little bit below that low. So the next April of 2020. So you got to go back 6 years to see these lows. I wonder if that's even going to attempt to hold it. This could be I know you don't think so. I know you're trying to play a bounce. It's almost to me looks like like a short, one of those daily hold shorts. All right, guys. Well, we're starting to get some here right off the bat. So a lot of stocks coming in here. These are the short opportunities. Eight, this is probably Adobe. Well, I guess you've been really quick. Had an alert at 1838. It's 1869 now. NBIG probably the same sort of a move. 1276. Actually, it has not moved as much as this one, whereas this one pulled back. Interesting. This one has not moved as much. These are the two ETFs for company ETFs or NBIS. Just a lot, pretty tough to figure out which one to take. How about this? Okay, AIPO. All right, 28, 28. Where's the next high? Too bad. Next high is 28.25. But if it can get through that, I'm going to put a price alert in that area. It's through that. Then the next high is 29, almost 30. So that could be an interesting one, guys, if it took out that high looking left for the AIPO, which is 28.26. Riot. Now, what's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin is up 1,000, 6,400 approximately. So Riot, of course, Bitcoin player or crypto player. NUWE. Okay, so this is winning a race, 30%. And okay, a lot of room on this one. A lot of room, I think. Yes, the next time the weekly chart is way up there at 2781, guys. This could be the absolute, well, it's already gone crazy, but it could even get, excuse me, even crazier just based on looking left and all the room it's got. NUWE, what is, and a good spread, pretty good spread for this sort of stock. Just looking here, 603, 60, I mean, great spread for a stock that's moving like this. 63 million have traded. Okay, guys, well, let's see. Let's see if NUWE can get back over 6. I think if it gets over 6 again, it might have a little pop run. Thank you, Obi. I'm trying to follow all these ones you're putting in there. Come on, get over six again. Get over six again. I think you might have a run in you. I know. Probably was no news on it. Wait a minute. There was news. Announces acceptance by Frontier. Okay, in pediatrics, et cetera, et cetera. So there actually was some news for it. Okay, it's not just some kind of a Reddit play. Just hold six. Hold six. The longer it holds six. I'm talking and there it goes, guys. There, little pop. Yeah, right. But now the drop. You got to hold six. You got to hold six. This is definitely obviously going to be active all day long. I mean, look at the 33,000 times normal now. Oh my goodness, look at the NVIL now. Almost too much for me to look at here. Too much. Well, this is coming in here now. This is one of the nukes guys, OKLL. I don't like trading these. I just find that they just don't seem to want to hold their gains. This is the long, two-time long it. Hey, Grumpy, it's news. This is whatever it is, it's news. Just something other than just a pure, what I call these the Reddit plays. Yeah, Faraday. Yeah, Obi. It was too much happening. I could not click on all the things you've been putting in there. AMDL. What's this one? This is a two-time long for AMD. Wow, there's just a lot of great moves from here. This couldn't, there's just too many. Here's Intel, 1894. Now, why are we getting so many today? Because the market was down so much yesterday. So we're getting a lot of reversals. It's really that simple. The market is, yeah, I'm just looking here. So the market actually held the gains and now making a nice little move. So no question that the NBIG and the NBIL are the two stars from here. So what you're seeing here, these are the, this is the alert, 935, 372s for Keel as an example, 397 now. The problem is there were just so many that came in. Intel looks so I mean, this INTW, I mean, it's just over the whole number. Intel, obviously, with the techs are moving, has room. Missed it. Oh my goodness. We're going to hold this in at try to get some at Intel at 1910. I'm talking about INTW. Okay, so I put a price alert in this AIPO. Okay, right there. It got there briefly. And so this could be interesting because when you look left, look at all the room it's got, almost not quite up to $30. And that's the AIPO. Spread is excellent, 26.28. All right, guys. Oh, I got some of the AIPO. Boy, what an active day. I mean, this is amazingly active. I couldn't get, I just missed out on the INTW. That's probably that's going to be better probably than the one I'm in. But wow, APLD. I mean, there's just so many. I mean, again, why are we getting so many today? Because the market was down 1,100 points yesterday. Everything was down. So now we're having a reversal day. And so we're getting a lot of stocks that, had the knockdown yesterday and just reversing today. And that's what this is looking for. Whoa, the big miss for me was just taking one of those two, the NBIL or the NBIG. Big percentage moves here. PN halted on the way up. Yes, halted on the way up. Okay. Another one that's just ripping here, guys, is the APLD. Just absolutely ripping. Where was the first alert? First alert for it was 10:37. No, 2702. That's the first alert for it. 2702, 2773 now. I have a sound alert, for this, and it's just luckily it's just a little ding. It's like a computer ding. So, but it's just going crazy. Okay, AMKR. This is the one. Excuse me. This has an a company ETF. I know that. This had the earnings yesterday, I believe. Yeah, yesterday bad. Closed all the way down here, right at the low of the day. Trying to recover a little bit today. Well, it's not a rocket ship, but it's giving me giving me something. The AIPO. Whoa, DFNS. Last time I saw it was at 60, so it's obviously so this got halted on the way up now. So it may not be over. Got it. We got to watch. I mean, listen, it may not do anything, but we've got to watch this NUWE later on in the day, guys. I think it's still hanging over the VWAP. It takes out six in a bigger way. It's got a ton of room, ton of room. I mean, look at that weekly chart, 2781. So this has to be, my opinion anyway. Put some price alerts over $6. I got one around 618. Are you talking to me? Did I short DFNS? No, I have no shorts available. At least I don't. Well, I haven't had shorts available, but let's take a look. I'm pretty yeah, no, there's no shorts available. Look at that fee rate, William. Well, at least an interactive broker, 1,000%. So, but there's no. So there are no shorts available for me. So if you're asking me, did I short? No, there are no shorts available for me at interactive brokers for DFNS. All right, guys. Well, here's a cheapie, okay? KSCP, and the alert was at 165, but look left. Now I know I said for some of these cheaper ones, I may disregard that next high looking left because the next high is two. I'm allowed to have coffee and water, Sam, according to Pepe. So that was my coffee pour. Some of these are going to turn into shorts. Some of them are just going to turn into shorts. I think. I mean, there's very much. Wow, look at LGN. Look at the room it's got. Oh man, $67 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. It's right at the V. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Well, what a day! This is almost like my favorite day. When a huge gap down and then the recovery. The thing is that it's basically recovering from yesterday's huge gap down. All right, DGNX. I know. Thank you. Colby, you mentioned that one on the weekly chart. The next high is around 213. If it could take that out, where is the next high in the monthly chart? 223, 531. But NBIL has just been basically, after the first 10 minutes, kind of a little bit of a chop, basically straight up. So the Dow's up 330. The Qs are up excuse me, 18. SPYs are up 8. So all bolstered by Microsoft. Yeah, that's a massive move. 15% with 7 billion in the float. That is a massive move. Lung, okay, this is from our AI. I missed it completely. Just so much going on. Here's the 200-day moving average. So it's through the 200-day moving average. It's actually an earnings play also, LUNG. This is an earnings play also. All right, I've got to take a look at one of these ETFs for excuse me, for NBIS. Well, even this one has a 200-day moving average. So it is through it. 540,000 shares available to short. So, I mean, if it ever starts to give it up a bit, there's a lot of shares available for me. Well, guys, it's almost 10 o'clock. So I think, yeah, Poe, I hear you. Waiting for pullbacks, or maybe, trying to short some of these tops. Okay, well, time to go over my homepage then and show you the information you can find, including the scans. Boy, this has just gone absolutely parabolic, this NBIL. So the stock itself is up 30%. So maybe a little brief drop so far. Anyway, clicking on my homepage link, All right. What happened there? I must have gone something. Okay. I have to do it again. Oh, okay. We constantly are changing our homepage, not my homepage, but the homepage. Anyway, getting started. So if you want to join all this fun, you can get a subscription using my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a trade idea subscription. It doesn't matter what plan you choose, either our standard or our premium service. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, please use my code. Whatever it is, it'll change from time to time. Why? Because I moderate two trading rooms, the YouTube room and this room right here, the more robust room. So if you're sitting in YouTube, this is free also. You're sitting in YouTube and you want to come into a room with a lot more interaction with traders. Plus, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you want to come into a room where you can interact with other traders during the pre-market, this is the room right here, and it's free. And thank you, Obi. Obi opens it up at 6:45. I don't. I live in Vancouver, Canada, not Washington. So too early for me. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. If you keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it here. And it is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. A couple of reasons to go here. So click on my homepage link. Click on the more info. So mandatory. If you're just taking out a subscription, this is mandatory. You do this, the getting started with trade ideas. Okay. 12 short videos. If you don't have trade ideas, it may or may not be the product for you. So what I would do is this: start off with that second video, go to the end. It should give you an idea about what the capabilities of the product is or are. Okay. Then you can always try us for a month if you want. You can always, take advantage of the 15% discount. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. It's really that simple. But before I would do that, before I would take out a subscription, though, even to test it, take a look at the videos first. They're very short. Start off with the second one, go to the end. Okay. New to trading. This is for you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free videos, 15 of them. If you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, races, etc., here they are. So if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So this is what I'm currently sharing. Well, here's what you can actually see. You can see this race here, biggest gainers right here. You can see upside versus downside movers is here. The daily trend reversals, you'll have your version will look more like this. I mean, more expanded, but over and over and over, you'll see a stock as it keeps making a new high or a new low. Okay. This version right here is just telling me the first time of the alert, what was the time, and what was the price. So I can go back. This is, I haven't seen a day like this in a long, long time. Too many. I mean, too many alerts. But what this is telling me, this is the time of the first time of IONL in this scan, 9:59, and there was the price. So I can go back in time, click on this, and see what's happened. It's not that far back, but one of these, Wolf at 9:42, 21.99. What did it do from there? So this is what I use just to continuing in this section, scan section. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Pulse resumes, always active, always active. And then I have these other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them if you want. One thing to not do not take all of those scans and then create a giant layout with them, okay? You'll have way too much coming at you. Now, the other thing about the scans is that you can always customize them for your style of trading. This happens to be what I want to see. So what do I mean by that? So if I take a look at this one, down big yesterday, but up big today, that's in the powder blue. So let's just take a look at the configuration of it. So this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between 1 and 60. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. 150,000 shares minimum. It's going to be way over that. This is what gives it the sort of the reversal. The stock had to close at least down 5% yesterday. Has to be up at least 1% now, and it also has to be above yesterday's high. Okay. Then I've delayed it for 5 minutes. I don't want to see any alerts until at least 9:35. And so if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. So you may look at this and go, well, I like the concept, but I don't like the price range. So change it. Or maybe there's something else. Maybe you want to change one of these numbers. If you have any trading experience at all, maybe you want to add a filter you like. Okay. And this is what I like. Doesn't have to be what you like. Exactly. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I've taken basically everything out of the IAIOP. I knew it was not going to be a rocket ship or anything, but gave me something to trade. And I have some left just in case it starts to make another move because I am following the wave, has not transitioned. I'm also watching the SPY. Some of these stocks are going to follow the SPY a little bit. Well, shoot, what would happen with the NBIL? It did finally start to move down. Now I'm going to start looking some of these ones a little later on. TE 418, 427. Ah, look at the room it's got. Actually, it doesn't have as much room as I thought. 437 would be the next. If we can get through 437, though, TE has room to 5. Well, guys, there was a nice short for NBIL. If you took it, I did. I didn't take it, but I was talking about eventually some of these are going to run out of steam. Very nice if you took it. I mean, wait here. You got up to what 21.91, maybe around the 21.40 mark and then what you do is you take the short and you put your stop at the high. So you're going to know it's going to work pretty quickly. Not a lot of questions today. Okay. That means everybody knows everything. Perfect. On the flip side, I wonder when this NP showed up. 31.23. So it hasn't moved. So that's why I do like this because sometimes you click on something and it hasn't moved yet. The alert was at a potential short at 9:59. 31.23. You look left and it hasn't moved yet. Now on the day, but there might be 30.81, a little too close for me. Yeah, it's not an earnings play. Wanted to see if it had some because obviously this is bucking the overall market right now. Insurance. I wonder if there's any specific news on it. The news I see is that JP Morgan maintained neutral. So it's neutral on target of 31. So not really Not really what we'll call a glowing recommendation. How can you figure out if it's got any custom formulas in it? Good question. I made it so many years ago. I think there might be only one. Let me now this is going to slow down my system. Well, I'll tell you how you can quickly do it, okay? This is all I'm going to do. You just have to right click on anything, okay? Click on configure. And I don't, okay, maybe I have to do it. I don't see anything in that one. I think stronger than the market has one. And what it is, I may not even know anymore. Notice that there's nothing in there. It doesn't appear to be, okay. Just looking to see what the filters I have. There might not be. I mean, like, it wasn't 100% that there was going to be a custom formula, but this one definitely not. There might not be any custom formulas in there. Okay. Ah, here's one. 0.17 stock where the value is at least zero. Just I don't think it really, I sort of remember that one. I made it like years and years ago. I wouldn't even worry about it. It's the only one I think that has it. Well, this one should have stronger than the market. It's just a flip of it, but it doesn't have it. So I wouldn't even worry about it. Okay. Don't even worry about it. Okay. I don't think it really had any effect on this, I obviously took it out of this one, the stronger than the market. I took it out because this would have been just a flip. So don't even worry about it. Okay. It obviously was inconsequential. So for instance, when you right click on this, what do you see? What do you see? You probably don't see U17, right? I went quickly. So if you click on the weaker than market with relative volume, right click, configure, what do you see? So will he see U17? Will he see that? But just not the custom formula. Which one? This one. The one, the top list that says weaker than market with relative volume, with RV, okay? This one right there, the top list, weaker than market with RV. So right click on it and click on configure. So what happens is if he has no custom formulas, it's not going to create it obviously for him and call it, yeah. So you see U17, but so you know what? Don't worry about it, okay? Don't even worry about it. It's not going to affect the scan. These, or will it affect the scan, Pepe? I can't even. Then what you would do? Like, I don't know how you're going to. I don't know what happens if you look at this, and it's benign. Okay, thank you. Benign is the word I want. So don't worry about it. Okay, it won't make any difference to the scan. Okay. The one that really screws us up is symbol list. You know, somebody has a symbol list that they're using, and they say and they give us their layout, and the symbol lists definitely do not copy over. Well, finally, there is a little relaxation of the alerts that are coming in. Yeah, you know, I mean, I am going to keep following it later on, the NUWE, but it's underneath the VWAP now. Disappointed. I was hoping it would hold here in this level at least over the VWAP, and then get some big volume coming in, pop it through 6, and maybe go on a bit of a run, but may not happen. But look at the volume and the float. I mean, the float turnover right now is 126. Well, have you created custom formulas? Yes, the caveat is when a user has a custom of the same number that is different. So if somebody had, like, what was it, U17? So if you had U17 as part of your list, what would happen? Would it overwrite yours and sort of replace it with? Don't worry about the U17. Okay, just forget about it. Okay. Well, you would. Okay, how you would see? I mean, there's probably another way, but here's a quick way. Okay, if you go to an alert window. So go to your alert window, okay, and go to search. Go to filter. You go to filters, okay. What'll happen is scroll all the way down. Keep scrolling, 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 scrolling all the way down. Okay, keep scrolling. Well, you can even hit all your custom formulas are going to be at the end. Okay, they'll be they're all your custom formulas. Okay. Why they're not in numerical order, I don't know. But if you've only done one, you'll see it immediately. Okay. That's how you can. Okay. All right. Well, then, and all you have to do is just click on it. If that was created for you, but that's how you can see what they are. Then you'd have to go to the formula editor to actually see what they are. But you can see that they'll be in your list right at the very bottom. I've got to stop talking, guys. I should be in this NBI bounce. Okay, GVH. Let's see what this one might do, guys. I mean, there's obviously room. I mean, yesterday's wow. We gotta pay attention to this one. This is a classic reversal. I mean, and the high yesterday was 242. The VWAP is right up here. I wish it's going to have to take out the VWAP for me. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert around 112. Okay, it's got to take out the VWAP. I do see that SK. Well, here's the reverse, I guess. SK. This is the SK Hynix, SKHY. Yeah, it's just too extended for me right now. I doubt if it was Andy. It probably was Chris. Andy or Steve don't do custom formulas. I mean, maybe Chris did it for them, and they gave it to you. But Andy, and Chris, Steve do not do custom formulas. So it was probably Chris. I mean, they may have given you a custom formula that had been done, but they didn't do it. If that makes sense. Custom formulas are, I would say, I don't know, of all our subscriber base, maybe 2% has have made a custom formula. If it's a long time ago, it could have been Jamie. It could have even been me. I honestly haven't seen a real need for me anymore for custom formulas. Market is still has not given up its gains. Well, here's the mull in the mud, guys. So Micron obviously ripping here. Wow, look at Micron. Micron's up 15%. Micron, the stock. MU up 15%. Semi is just crazy. I mean, these are big moves. 1 billion in the float. E-Trade having tech issues. If you're asking me, I don't know, of course, but anybody with E-Trade? Okay, Todd. So Todd is having no issues. But HLE is, but Tuna isn't. So seems like it's all over the place, guys. So that would have been a nice little brief short for the NBIL, but it is now resuming its march upwards. Would have been a nice little short, a couple of dollars. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. I mean, this NBIL, again, the ETF, the company ETF or NBIS, still has a ton of room. I know it's up 60%, but you look left on that daily chart, 25, next high. Moving, guys, moving. And there's a SPY taking out the right at the day's high, almost right at the day's high. Just wanted to keep an eye on that one. NBIL, yes. This is the Micron MUU bull. One of them. One of them. There's a lot. Well, there's several anyway. Is NUWE over? Well, I hate to say it's over completely, but certainly over for now. I'm talking to Daniel in our YouTube room. I mean, a couple things have to happen for it to, sort of reclaim any idea that it might go higher. It's got to get over the VWAP, in my opinion. Okay, so there's the $5 right there. So it's got to get over that. If it does that, maybe later on in the day, maybe. I just keep thinking that traders are looking at this weekly high way over here, and thinking that if later on maybe they get the enthusiasm back, some volume coming in, popping it through, but it may not happen. I'm not anticipating it's going to happen. That's why I'm not taking it now. But I'm waiting on this GVH, guys. GVH has got to. I mean, there's the VWAP, the same sort of thing. It's got to get through the VWAP. The VWAP is the 111, 110 area. Because if it does, I mean, look at yesterday's high. I mean, there's a pretty brutal day that, well, it got hammered down and it closed right at the low of the day. I don't think it was really affected by the market. I mean, these little stocks aren't really that affected by the market typically. Low float, of course, 2.3 million in the float for the GVH. Out of, no, there you go. Okay, so guys, am I going to get some? Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to pick up some of this GVH. Just waiting. I just want to see this clear. This is that. There's the VWAP right there. So it's sort of the VWAP area. I'd love to see a bid of 115. I'm sort of waiting on a bid of 115. See, right now it's the bid is sort of right at the VWAP area, 112, 114. Like to see it clear it a little bit more. As I wait, QXL. Let's see what this is. Quantum X. So this is well, I'm going to call it a quant. It's not a quant. See, it's not a quant. They got quant in their name, but it's not a quant. So QXL, I don't know anything about this company. It looks like it's just started trading a couple of months ago as this one. But forget about it. 430, 461 on the bid ask. Forget about it. Still hanging around the VWAP. You see what GVH is doing? It's hanging around the VWAP. It's not enough. I mean, I call it's the area of the VWAP. It hasn't cleared it by a lot yet. Well, I kept a little piece of that AIPO. It didn't never transition to orange, so maybe keep an eye on MPLT, guys. I have that one thumbnail on my other monitor, and so it's down for the day. Finally, not finally, but actually, this is not the one I'm thinking of. There's another one I was thinking of, but it is trying to maybe bounce back a little bit. But there's the VWAP. No, I've confused it with another stock, one that's in the 20 range, and I thought it was starting with the letter M, but DFNS is back to the VWAP. Okay, let's see. Did it win a race? It did not. Well, it wouldn't show up in this race anyway. My high, I think it's $60. That's my price range. Is there not a company ETF for that, William? For the CHRW? Okay, I'll look. Let me do this again. I found this website. It's good. No, no company ETF for CHRW. The search feature does stink. I agree. It works, but it's if there's another website out there that has a better search feature that does the same thing, I'd be happy to look at that. Look at this one, guys. This is a regional bank, I guess, for you guys, right? Coastal Financial. Look at this one, just getting well, it's only 12 million in the float, just getting clobbered down 42%. It only has 12 million in the float. So, excuse me, that is, yeah. So, I mean, it's only got 12 million in the float. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's about a dollar spread. I don't think this is showing up on the daily reversal. It is a daily reversal, but it's not meeting. Oh, well, that's why the relative volume is only 0.79. That's for the AEVA. Next, the 200-day moving average, 1649. So a little bit of room for it. Well, GVH is taking its sweet time here. It may not take out that VWAP in a solid way. Gonna pour this right by the mic so you get the majestic pour of that coffee. All right, guys. Well, let's see. What time is it now? 10:40. So things have finally slowed down somewhat. Problem is, I've got so many incredible coffee pours. No, that's it. Done. Thermos done. There's so many now. Now the trick. I mean, there's just so many. I mean, I just can't do it. Trick is now to go back and see what's happened. Maybe some of these will turn into nope, no Pepe. Honest. Okay, now maybe GVH. Okay, GVH is starting to make a little bit of a move here now. All right. Well, let's see if it has. What's the next high up here? Got to take out that little 15-minute high. There's a high up here, 128. Obviously, the daily high is way up there, 248. I'm not looking for much in this one, guys. I don't trust. I mean, the fact that it had such a down day yesterday, I don't think it really was down because of the overall market. I mean, I may be wrong, but these little ones with these low floats, they don't care that much. I should check. So this was their news on the 22nd. They're targeting the $11 billion microdrama market with a new deal. That's a classic press release, guys. Saying they're in a market that has like 100 million trillion, of which they may get, who knows, they may get nothing of it, but it looks good as a press release. Hmm. All right. Nice little pop here. Now, guys, I'm not. I have no illusions that this is going to get anywhere close to this 240. And you know what? Unfortunately, it's gone parabolic. Not well, unfortunately. I mean, I'm in it. I'd like to see one more little pop if it can do it. High up here is 128. Yeah, I've taken some off, guys. Okay, I mean, I just don't trust the fact that it's going to even get past that 128. This was just a quick. Went into this with a few shares and thinking it was going to be a fairly quick trade. Maybe, Rocky. I mean, it's trying to hold four. You're talking about the NUWE, won 9 races. Maybe trying to hold that 4 level. Disappointing, though, for me anyway. I thought, really hoping it would hold up in this area, and then maybe in the afternoon would have one of those kind of a late day explosion. All right, guys. Well, nice to see GVH is here. GVH is here. And of course, it was back here. Always nice to see if you're in a trade and it's showing up in different types of scans. But look what it got to. I mean, that might be the block right there. Okay, that high right there. That was at 745. That's pre-market. That's a pre-market high of 128. That could be the block. Would it got up to 124? Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to go over this race right here. Okay, the concept of racing, etc. So, first thing I do though, before I do that, is show you in our user guide the whole section on stock racing. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, the only reason I'm bringing you here is just to show you in the user guide. So scroll down a little bit until you get to the education section. Click on the more info, and then right at the top here is our user guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing right there. Okay, everything I'm talking about is covered in here. So I am running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time frame you want. Okay, I picked a 4-minute race a long time ago, and I'm just sort of stuck with it. No magic about it. Okay, I just decided to run a 4-minute race. but you can always change that to a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, or whatever time frame you want, all customizable. So what does that 6.8% mean? That means that since the race started almost 4 minutes ago, it's going to close this has moved 7%. You can see how so if I click on MF, we should see a night. Yeah, look at that. Okay, that's what that means. Since the race started and it won the last race, MF won the last race. That's the first race. That's the first race it's won today, probably. What happens is a top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So NUWE, 9 races, etc. Okay. So any race you create, it'll create a top 10 list for you automatically, which I think is really something that, especially if you're new, it gives you some focus for the day, just 10 stocks to focus on, try to figure out a way to trade them. But even if you're not new, it gives you some focus for the day. You might say, okay, I'm just going to wait for this top 10 list, and that's what I'm going to stare at all day long. Figure out a way to trade them. Not necessarily all of them, of course, but it does give you some focus. So if you see a stock, first of all, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race before you click on it. You see a stock leading a race, and you can see, it's like any other race, jockeying for position at the top. So no big move, 1.22%. AROC, you can see the move it made. Doesn't necessarily mean when you click on them that the stock is at the high of the day. It could have pulled back. Look at this one. It pulled back. Now, that might have pulled back. Some of you might have a moving average on your charts. Maybe it pulled back into a moving average that you like. Maybe it pulled back into the VWAP. You don't know. You know what I'm going to say. You won't know until you click on the chart to see what's happening. Okay? The lung, I know, is it's from my AI. It hasn't been too bad. This is an earnings play, but a little pullback. Okay, I'm going to interrupt this. Richard, I don't understand your question. Quick question. What is NASDAQ by CHOE 1? I'm referring to the little red bubble next to real-time data, green dot next to ticker. Is this within trade ideas? I don't know what you're talking about exactly. Is there something I can load? Or is that a typo? I don't know. I really don't know what you're talking about. Green dot next to the ticker. You're not talking about you're not talking about CBOE, right? I think you. Well, I guess I'm just looking if that was a typo. Okay, you have CHOE. This is CBOE. But you'd have to give me more information. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, Richard. I'm talking to Richard in our YouTube room. All right, go GVH. Prove me wrong, okay? Prove me wrong. Take out that 128. So sorry, Richard. I actually need more information. But okay, so CBOE. But are you talking about on our charts or the green dot next to the ticker? Yeah, you're still. I don't know. You're not talking about these little green dots here. The C. I mean, that's just their logo, but that can't be it, right? Yeah, so I just don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. A green dot next to the ticker. I just don't have a clue what you're talking about, Richard. I'm sorry. Are you talking about on a trade ideas chart? Guys, take a look at the SPY now. The SPY is now sort of challenging that VWAP. Okay, are you talking about this? Are you talking about these shaded areas like green and red and all? You're not talking about that, are you? I honestly, I'm sorry. You might have to come into the other room and because you can in YouTube, you cannot because you cannot unfortunately post something in YouTube. I just don't know what you're talking. Your chart shows a red bubble next to the green dot. I just don't know what you're talking about. A red bubble next to the green dot. Let me ask you this: does it show up? It's a real-time data question. Okay. Well, again, I'm. I mean, on the chart right now, CBOE as an example is at three. I mean, you know that's the current price. That's the real time data. You might have to. I mean, you could come into the main room and maybe show me a screenshot or something of what you're looking at because I just don't have a clue. Uh, and is it only on CBOE? Is it in other stocks? I mean, this is not quite a stock, but is it for everything that you're loading in the chart? Okay, guys. Well, that's the end of that was pretty brutal. The GVH, it got up to right up to that high, and that's where it stalled. And now look what's happening. It's now back right down through the. That's why I said I did not have any illusions that it was going to continue a lot higher from that 128 mark. Pepe, I don't know if you're following what Richard is talking about in YouTube, but I just don't have a clue about what he's referring to. So, Richard, I'll tell you what. I mean, if you're willing to come into the main room, okay, it's free. Just click on my homepage link. Okay, come into the and scroll down until you see the trading room. Well, I'll make it a little bit bigger here. Okay, the trading room. You can come into the trading room. It's free because you cannot post anything in YouTube, unfortunately. And maybe you can just give me a screenshot of what you're looking at because I just haven't I haven't got a clue. Sorry. Okay, well, Pepe, if you have no idea, I have less than that. All right, let me keep going. Okay, let me keep going. So that's what these percentages refer to. Okay, that's how much a stock has moved since the race started. You don't have to wait for a race to be over. See anything in here? Click on it. See what's happening. You will never know until you click on it. It doesn't have to, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it. Look at fuel cell. So some of you may be looking at fuel cell and going, okay, hanging over the VWAP. Let's see if it gets closer to the VWAP. Maybe you put a price alert around the VWAP and see if it holds and then bounces off it as an example. Okay, as an idea. Okay. You see anything that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. PN has had a big run. So you can kind of see, it had a massive run, a pullback. It's underneath the VWAP right now. But what if it gets over the VWAP again? Okay. So maybe you put a price alert over the VWAP and see if it, first of all, gets there, holds the VWAP, and then makes another run. This has been a super active stock now for 2 weeks. Okay. These are just ideas. People say, well, how do you use this? Well, these are directing you to stocks that have won a lot of races. Now, if you load this race right now from my homepage, don't think you've done something wrong, because you might say, well, wait a minute, I don't have that top 10 list. Your top 10 list will be built from when you load the race. Right now it's 10:59 a.m. Eastern time. That is when your top 10 list will be built. I load trade and my top 10 list starts building in the pre-market. So you can, whenever you load trade ideas, and I'll have to show you the option to do that. But the bottom line now is, well, why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click in the body of the race, open the top list. All races start from a top list window. If I right click in this top list window, there's an option that says launch the real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. Okay, number one. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, if I right click on configure, summary. This is what I want to see. Stock has to be between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum traded, up 2% from yesterday's close at least. Okay. If a stock meets those filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list of stocks. And what I've done here is I've ranked them. So I've sorted on the change from the close. So I can see that LUNG, that is up the most in this list, up the most from yesterday's close. The GVH that we've been talking about is up 29%, etc. It's a ranked list. So you can still use a top list in this fashion. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Things like that. As long as you have a column header like that, you can sort on it. This change from that 0% is a change from the open. So if I sort on it, sorting on it, just double left click quickly. So long is up 25% from its opening trade of the day, etc., all the way down this list. So, but here is what the race does for you. The race doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is that when the race started, what stock is moving the most in this list. That's all it cares about. Now, you more than likely are going to see these stocks a lot in the race, because these stocks are being followed all day long. They've got high relative volume, they're up a lot, so they're going to be followed all day long. But here's the fossil. Where is fossil? Where there's fossil, it's up 22%, but you never know. MNTS has been a super active stock. It's up 9%, but what if it all of a sudden was up 10, 12, 14, 15? How would you know that? Well, the race takes care of that. The race, again, doesn't care where it is in the list of stocks, just what stock is moving the most percentage-wise during the race. So that's how you can maybe capture something that is, not necessarily has made a big move yet, but now is starting to make a move. So hopefully it's starting to make sense. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, your own filters, and run a race on it. You could take my race and you could customize it a little bit more. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want to change that volume. Maybe you don't care if the stock is up 2%. Maybe you want that more. If you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add some filters that you like and then run the race based on that. If you didn't want to create a top list right from scratch, you could take this. Okay, I'm going to duplicate it. So I'll get rid of this. I'm going to duplicate the race so I don't stop the race. And then if I click on that gear, okay, that's going to stop the race. Here's how you can make some quick changes. If I don't like the price range, if you don't like the price range I've got, you can make a change here. If you want to change that volume, go ahead. You can click on advanced. Now you'll see there's only one other filter that I'm using. Okay, so you could make a change there if you wanted to. And here's where, of course, you can add in your own filters. If you have any trading experience at all, you might say, well, I'd like to add some of these, some filters of my own to that race. Then you just say, okay. And then what's happened is you've taken my race and you've customized it. And then you just click so imagine you did that, and then you just click the little arrow, and then your race will be based on your set of parameters. Now, here's the only other thing that you might want to do. Once the race is stopped, you right click and show the race setup. Here's how you can control how many minutes you want the race to run. I've got 4 here. Now, the other thing is this. If you load it from my homepage, when I put that on my homepage link, I had it auto started time checked because I didn't want my race to start until 9:30. So I was always loading trade ideas well before 9:30. But when I first did this, I said, you know what? I only want the race to start at the 9:30 open. So when you load it, that's what's going to be checked. If you want your race to start whenever you load trade ideas, if it's in the pre-market or whenever you load, just check auto start on load. Hopefully that makes sense. You don't have to worry about that time anymore. You can just check auto start on load, and then that'll load whenever you load trade ideas. So if you're loading it in the pre-market, it'll run. The race will work in the pre-market, during market hours, and in the post-market. Okay. So if there are any questions, a lot of everything I've talked about is covered in the guide, of course. And I am sharing another race. I'm not displaying it right now, but I'm sharing another race. It's the large cap race. That race is not as volatile, but if you're starting out trading, that might be a better race for you because it's just not as volatile. Well, guys, even Keel. Let's take a look at this Keel here. Yeah, 437. You always leave early, Juan. Do you ever come back? Where are you located in the world? I should know that. Well, let's take a look at this keel. Okay, it's got a little bit of room still. On the weekly chart, it's got a lot more room. $5 right there, 439. So it's got a little bit of room. And Keel showed up here. I don't know what the price was. Right down here, 372. So Richard, did you show up in our YouTube in the other room just in case I've missed? You want to give us a screen display of what you're talking about with this the red dot and the green bubble and all that? $11:07. Okay, so within an hour, I will be taking a break. Oh, you're here now. Okay. So if you know how to give us a screenshot of what you're looking at or a link or something like that, just so we can kind of look and see what yeah, you're talking about on a trade ideas chart, I'm assuming. If it's something else outside of trade ideas, of course, I won't be able to help. But and Richard, you should stay in this room. Okay, you get a lot more, a lot of advantages. You see a lot more action with other traders in the room. Look at this one, guys. This DFAR. This is a Dimension US Real Estate ETF. Okay, is it a chart? Is it a trade ideas chart? If it's a trade ideas chart, then what you would do is, let's just pretend this was the chart. You would right click and save or share to cloud. Okay, you do that and just say save and share. Okay, and then once you do that, then you can paste it in the room just by control. Just get rid of this, say okay. And then you, in the room, then you would control V to paste it in. Okay. So that would be my chart. But if you're not used to the snippet tool or don't have it, and you don't know where it is, I mean that's pretty simple. Okay. If as I'm assuming it's a trade ideas chart, just right click on the chart and save or share to cloud. Okay. But where are you getting that information? Okay, that's not trade ideas. Okay, that's outside. I thought you were talking about a trade ideas chart having all that data. So it's basically telling you, okay, the real-time data is provided by the CBOE exchange. So if you look at Amazon, so I can't help. I mean, maybe Pepe can, but I can't help you there. I thought it was something from within trade ideas. The data is real time, but it may be slightly different from its official counterpart. So when you look at Amazon, okay, so you look at Amazon, that's the official. And so I don't know what CBOE is from their data. What their data is showing you. Here's 236.70. Yeah. So I mean, I thought you were talking about a trade ideas chart. It's hard for me to, we can't. I cannot tell you why. Like what I've never seen that before, but it says it may be slightly different. Oh, I see. Yeah. Can't help you there, Richard. If you had told me it wasn't a trade ideas chart, then I would have said, can't help. I thought it was something in our trade ideas chart that you were referring to because, I have no idea an outside program, what it's doing and why it's saying that. But stay in the room. Are you talking about Brokerage Plus, Chief Eric? Old position showing up on charts. Yeah, there we go, Pepe, and the old nonsense with the with that tool, the Epic Pen. Okay, guys, 11:14 now, so getting close to break time. So, well, yeah, are you talking about Brokers Plus, Chief Eric? I mean, old. Yeah, I am not definitely not an expert in Brokers Plus. When you're saying old, I'll bring it up, but I'm not. I don't use it at all. I have to admit, poor Chris, and I know I get this message all the time. 99% of the questions he gets all about Brokers Plus. I have my so okay. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Old positions. I know, Ozzy. I know. So when you say an old position, let me just take a trade, okay? Going to get an error message again. Okay, so there it is in the simulator. Okay, so if I sell this now, if I get rid of it right now and flatten it, so I'm out of the trade. So what's happening? I won't be able to help. I'm almost sure I won't be able to help. So it's gone from here. It's gone from my Brokers Plus. If I wanted to, I could still see it as a hide the zero positions. But so it's gone from Brokers Plus. Well, then why would it? You are you saying it would still? So are you trying to say like I just took a trade right here in the simulator? Now, are you talking about your real account, or are you talking about in the simulator? In your real account. So on the chart. So, so I'm just trying to see. Okay, I'll right click on the chart. Right click on the chart, show orders. Where's that show orders? Show orders. Okay. There it is. Okay. All orders. Show orders. All orders. Okay. And then, so that would show all orders live today, most recent. Okay. Click on live. Okay. It's not. So are you saying the order would still show up? I'm just going through this. I'm not seeing the order on the chart now. It's gone. Obviously, the position is zero. Oh, I see. That I don't know why that would happen. Obviously, I don't know why. So what you're saying is that what would happen for you is you would say, even though in Brokerage Plus it's saying zero, you're saying on the chart it would still, even though what we've just done, it's not showing on my chart, but on your chart it is. But obviously, it's even if it is showing, I mean, it's zero. Parallels on Mac issue probably. Yeah, can't help. Sorry. Um, yeah. Well, I guess the bottom line is, as long as it's not showing in Brokerage Plus, and it's not showing, and if you have traded it out in your E-Trade account, as long as it's not showing there, even if it's showing for whatever reason on the chart. But yeah, that'll be I have no idea, no idea. Chris might be able to help, but he's not around. He's gone this week. Now, what version of Trade Ideas are you on? If you click on Help and About, it'll tell you the version you're on. The latest beta from the website. Okay. Well, that's the latest. Whether that's got an issue or not, I don't know. Well, that keel was a nice one. I mean, pretty steady. It had the pop, and then a nice steady one. That's from the. But just again, I've broken record. I know, but so many alerts came in here, impossible to follow them all. And did they all work? I bet you a lot of them, probably 90% of these would have worked, just based on the day. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just following an internal Slack thread discussion. Yeah, the NUVE is sorry, NUWE is I mean, it's hanging around. It's sort of putting it a little bit of a base now. It won 9 races, putting it a bit of a maybe a base. Maybe you can 418 looks like a pretty for now anyway a pretty solid stop area. Yeah, GVH. I mean, I know it's back up there again, but it's pretty choppy for me now. Maybe if it takes out 128, maybe it gets into the mid 130s. I may take a look at it again. CYCU. Haven't seen that one for a while. So a penny popper, that means it's underneath $1. Yes. Now this would show up here. My minimum, this is the only scan I've got that has stocks under $1. Minimum is 50 cents. So this may show up here. All right, guys. Well, any questions? What time is it now? 11:26, half an hour. I'm on a break. Now, Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. There was not a trade of the week this week. He said to stay in cash. So MetU is nearing the VWAP also. So you might bounce there. So this is again, so Meta, wow, still down 9%, a little over 9%. And MetU is a way to play it. If you thought it was going to bounce off the VWAP, you could. And when you look at Meta, it should be right, virtually the same type of look, right on the VWAP. Yes. So if you thought it was going to bounce, this was a pretty wild one, guys. The WLDS, this day up here. But look what happened. It got up to 656, closed down here, had a nice move again the next day, but again, it could not hold its gains. Another day that it got up there, could not hold its gains. Is today going to be any different? The next high looking left for it is 394. Put a price alert there. See if it can take it out, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. And maybe if it does, it might have a run, but not a lot of confidence when you see, for me anyway, bars like this where stocks really have a big pop and then they just sell off and close near the lows of the day. Oh, this just showed up here, guys. Just showed up. CMCO. Okay, 2082. This is an earnings play. The next high looking left, that would be that red line, 2183, about a dollar away. So there is room. There is some room. Now, I don't like taking stocks just under the whole number, but I don't know. Maybe I'll make an exception here. This is it's been pretty steady. It's been holding the VWAP. What's the spread? Not bad. 3 cents, 2077, 2080. So it's not a bad spread. Ooh, but this one might be even more interesting. OPCH is breaking down through the whole number, and it's not an earnings play. This is, and what's the volume like? Pretty good volume. Spread is okay, 6 cent spread. This is something that I might look at shorting. I love the ones that are break underneath the whole number. The next low looking left, 21.98. So, it has a dollar to that low. But look what happened. It popped right back up over 23. And now the spread has gotten a little bit bad. 2308, 20. Well, it actually was just briefly was 2308, 2320 something. So, yeah. So I'm not as interested in it now because the spread widened. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, too bad. I was very interested, and I love seeing stocks just breaking underneath the whole number. The only thing I'll do is I'll put a price alert down here and see if it breaks down through the whole number again, and maybe the spread is tightened up a bit. It doesn't look good now for NUWE, guys. I mean, this is not holding its gains. I mean, look, anything can happen in the afternoon, but there's the CYCU. Now it's starting to show up here. Mind Forge. Good name. What do they do? Focuses on providing value-added services using artificial intelligence driven technology to businesses within the insurance industry, including carriers and brokers. Okay. China company and started in 2018. Okay, guys. Now look at the market. The market is starting to do a little drift mode. I mean, it was up about 8 points at one point when it was at 739, even more. But starting to drift down underneath the VWAP, starting to drift down. Will it hold its gains? Will it finish positive? I'm talking about the SPY. The Dow is last time I looked, it was up 300, so now it's only up 115. Qs are still strong. Yeah, the Qs are still pretty strong. In fact, let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, Doc Channel Bar, all these theme-based channels. Click on the Show More, go down to the sector status, and let's see how things have changed, if at all. SMH should probably still be at the top here. Yeah, I mean, SMH and technology, these are the nukes and quants. Silver actually is doing pretty well too. Worst ones should still be communications. Must be some communications plays or earnings releases for some of the communication stocks. But the semi is definitely having a big bounce today. And that power is still the top industrial in terms of a percentage move. See if anything else is standing out here. Not Monsanto, but the Atria, tobacco. Boo! Is this an earnings play? Good. Down 8. Okay. If you're in this one, I'm not trying to cheer it down for you, but tobacco companies, they probably do more than tobacco manufacturing now. But anyway, MO down, big float, 1.6 billion, down 8%. These are big moves. And this is an earnings play. General Mills, another one that's down. Pretty big float, down almost 5%. Another earnings play. Not an earnings play, sorry. It is not an earnings play. See, all I'm doing, I'm just going through some of these sectors and checking out to see what the top one is, what the worst. SFM is still the top sector in retail. SFM, earnings play. Top. When I say top, I'm talking about the biggest percentage move. Richard, there's your Amazon. Okay, Amazon is an earnings play. Worst one? Wow, GPI. And Carvana. Carvana is still very weak. And there's GPI, more expensive one, weakening. Now that is a crazy low float, guys. I mean, for a $305 stock to have only 11 million in the float, my guess is that you're going to say the spread is terrible. Yeah, look at that, 303, 307. So they make it almost. I don't know why. I've asked this question before. Why don't they do a forward split? Get more shares out there. Get the price at a better level that maybe attract. And maybe they don't care. They just don't want to attract any of the retail investors. But right now, I mean, it's untradeable. I mean, how 303, 302, 305, who's going to trade that? Obviously, some people are because it's trading, but it's just, with a spread like that, there's always one person, and that'll be William. So for some of you, and here's another really expensive one, LRCX up 19%. It's an earnings play. What's the worst one? FICO, FIC. Wow, $1,100 stock, down 16%. Low float, crazy. Here's another one. Why don't they do a forward split? I guess they don't care. They don't care about the retail investor getting involved because the float is 22 million. Spread actually is not terrible, for a stock that is $1,147. It's like 1147, 1149. But anyway, this is for some of you, this might be a way in which you use trade ideas. Go to this sector channel and take a look at the top stocks, worst stock. I'm not saying you trade them all, but you might look at that, go, wow, I really want to trade MO. Maybe I try to find a bounce, or maybe I, keep shorting it. The worst stock, the best stock in a sector. Just an idea. All right, so how did Meta do there at that VWAP? Holding it still holding the VWAP. Fever, okay, thank you, Obi. Fever trying to the one that kind of came into the VWAP, kind of held it, and then bouncing off it. You can ask questions, yeah, Susie. I'll do my best to answer them. I'm talking to Susie in our YouTube room. Depends on the type of question, but now when you say you're a real newbie, are you a newbie to trade ideas? And okay, I'll ask the question first. Are you a newbie to trade ideas? My next question would be, are you also a new trader? So you could go yes, yes. You could go yes, no. And if you're not a subscriber, I can give you a link to show you some videos, very quick videos that kind of gives you sort of a nice overview of the product. Okay. Now, okay, totally new to trade ideas. Okay. Are you a new subscriber? So you are a new subscriber. Okay. To the Apex. Okay. Now, at least we've got a starting position that I can work with. So you subscribe now. Apex is the premium service. I know the company likes to get cute with the names of these things, but I don't. So I call it standard and premium. But I think Apex means the premium service. You did that because you wanted to have access to our AI. But one thing I'm going to ask you to do, or if you haven't done it already, so if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, go to that education section where it says more info, click on the more info. So if you haven't done this yet, please do it, okay? The Getting Started with Trade Ideas. These are 12 short videos to get you started. It'll save you a lot of time, I think, because it's going to go over most of the main elements of the program, but they're very short videos, okay? Okay. For some reason, the developers of these platforms cannot use simple English. Okay. Well, okay. First of all, have you done this? The Getting Started with Trade Ideas. I think it's pretty simple English in this, because you really should do this first. Okay. If you've done that already, fine. What would be your next question? Probably the next question is, well, how do you use the AI? Because that's the reason why. Okay. Oh yeah, go ahead. I just want to make sure people do this because it covers most of the key elements, and instead of frustrating yourself and others listening to me, well, how do you do this? How do you do that? I have no idea where to start. Well, at least this gives you an idea. But sure, ask another question. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay. I can answer that question. I'm pretty sure, Susie. You're talking about, so in the context of the race, should the percent number be constantly updated as they progress? Yes. Okay. Yes. I mean, here's lung. It's only up 0.32%, and I'll click on it. But if lung all of a sudden really started to move again, you know, that number will change. Yes. Now that, okay, this green number here will change also. So there are two, okay, there are two percentages, okay? This refers to how much it's up for the day, okay? So 18.2%, but this number refers to how much has it moved since the race started. I'm running a 4-minute race, so we're a minute in, but both these numbers will change, yes. This just refers to, so lung is up 40% for the day, okay? Now, there might be a slight lag, okay, in these numbers, but it's pretty close. This is all real time in the chart. So let's take a look at APLD, 21%, 21 point. Yeah, I mean, these are, so that's what these numbers refer to. Here's the POLA. So that moved 3% since the race started. It's up 6% for the day. Okay. Does that answer your question? I'm just clicking on, various symbols and checking to see what, because this is all real time, and so sometimes it might be off just a little bit, but it's very, very close to being the same. The race is a little bit different in terms of handling the real time data, but it's so close that it shouldn't matter. Oh, I see the Epic Pen did it thing again. It's annoying. Usually it only happens one time. Okay, Susie, did that answer your question in our YouTube room? I had a question. I know I saw a question about the trend reversals. My time and the don't repeat for the day. JV Via. Okay. For the day. Don't repeat for the day. So why I do that? So I can go back and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? Again, this is, I mean, you might look at this, oh, a great day in it, but it's too many. It's just too many alerts. And that's based on the fact that yesterday was such a horrible day, everything being down so much that you're going to get a lot of reversals today. It's just not typical, to get so many of these. Susie, I'm sorry. What's happening is I'm not able to sometimes see those posts for some reason. I'm just seeing now. So the green number, okay. Yeah, the left, yeah, that's the percentage change since the beginning of the race, yes. I'm the host here every day, yes. And what's the next question? I'm having a tough time scrolling down to see the question. And I don't know why. Don't worry about don't worry about making errors in typing. It's all understandable. Don't worry about it. So what happens? I host both. There are two rooms. You're in a YouTube room. There is another trading room. It's virtually the same. Just a lot more traders, more action with other traders in the other room. And I get on the mic between 9 and noon. And at noon, which is in about 9 minutes from now, I do take a break. Another trader from Trade Ideas will take over in our YouTube room. And then I come back at 1 o'clock. And then I go until, well, it depends. I know I'll go to at least 2 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there are questions. Well, if the ticker falls out of the race, what happens is, I mean, I've only got 8 here, okay? So it'll be the top 8. And so if like here's, I mean, this is nothing, right? It's only 0.01%. But if some other stock all of a sudden, was up more than 0.01%, it's going to get rid of the one on the bottom here. Okay, it's like any other race. Okay, right now these are, I only have 8 in here. These are the top 8, and you can see what's happening. I mean, there's a jockeying for position throughout the course of the race. The race is almost over. So if some other stock all of a sudden in the list, remember what the list of stocks is generated. The race is generated from my race. So this is a top list window. If I right click on it, launch the real-time stock race. All races start from a top list window. Okay. And in my top list window, this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks, between $1 and $50, up at least traded at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So that's why these stocks are showing up. So what happens is when the race starts, it doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks, is what stock is moving the most percentage wise in this list of stocks. Now, a lot of times it's going to be these top ones because they're being followed all day long. Okay, the stock. Actually, these are not huge moves. I mean, it sounds big, 34%, but we sometimes see stocks that are up 200%, 300%. But that's why these stocks up here are probably going to be followed all day long in the race because people are following them all day long. But look at Wolf. I mean, Wolf is up. I mean, it's up 15%. And or Wilds, I think, well, Wilds, where is Wilds? Wilds is up 23%. But again, it could be some stock down here. Pola. I just saw Pola. Well, there's Pola right there. Pola making a little bit of a move. Okay. How would you know that though? That's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care where the stock is in the list of stocks. Just tell me the stock that's moving that are moving the most percentage wise. And then, rank them obviously at the top. And you'll have the top 8 stocks, not the top 8 here, but just the top 8 stocks that are moving the most in the race. Now, the other thing, Susie, if you want, there's a whole, and I think it's pretty good. If you click on my homepage link, I'll answer your question in a second, Ace. The time is that I've got to get out of here pretty soon, but so Susie, if you go to my homepage, go to the education section, click on the more info, and then at the top here is a user guide, okay? Now there's a whole, and I think it's pretty well laid out. There's a whole section on stock racing, okay, right here. How you can customize the race. I've got a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time period you want. I think it's pretty good. Okay. So it's a good reference for races. Okay, so the same now, if you just loaded it, Ace, I'm answering Ace now. If you just loaded it, you're not going to see. Did you just load it or have you been running it all day, Ace? The daily trend reversals. Okay, well, that's the reason. Okay, you're not going to see, you'll start to see the stocks since you loaded. Okay, you're not going to see everything that happened previous. Okay, I loaded it, it started giving me 935. You're not going to see it's like the race. If you take my race, you're not going to see this top 10 list. Your top 10 list will be built from when you start the race. Same thing here. You'll start to get alerts from, you'll probably have the last two in either of these two scans. Maybe you probably have to see the CMCO and the OPCH, but that's the reason. Okay. If you incorporate this as part of your layout, give me a moment. Okay, yeah, sorry, another crank call. We're getting rid of that landline. Oh, this is real-time data. All of our alerts are real-time data, okay? The charts are real-time data. This might be slightly, I mean, it's very close, okay? I'd have to check, but if you have an alert window, with a trigger, say, of a new high of the day or something, this is all real-time data, okay? This Howell, for instance, just made another new high right there. You can see the high right there. So it is real-time data. It's not delayed. So I've got to hurry, guys. I've got to get my announcement in because I'm taking off for an hour. So just give me a moment. So on a break. So back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing.
Barry.
Steve, just give me a moment, okay? And I hear you, but just give me a moment.
Yep.
I gotta stop my music. Gotta find my music. Stop it. Okay, guys. So I want to put the YouTube link in the main room. Okay, so you guys can head over and listen to Steve. He's there right now. Give me a moment, Steve, as I get the YouTube link in to the main room. So Steve is there right now.
Yep.
Finally, I stopped my music.
What are you listening to over there? 80s, 70s?
Yeah, I've got Sirius XM, so it's the one of the alt channels. That's probably 80s. Yeah, still like that stuff.
You like the music in your ear when you're trading? It's nice and
Oh
calming.
yeah, oh yeah.
That's good.
I could not do it without. I really couldn't. It
keeps you mentally sane.
Yeah, I couldn't listen to like talk show radio or anything like that. But
No, but
I don't
music.
find it distracting. It's just sort of background, and it's not
Elevator
overbearing.
music.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, everybody. So you are in our room. Thank you, Steve. You are in the room now. So today's Thursday. So I'll come back about 5 to the hour. So
Yep.
you can get into that meeting that you have. And we'll see you in about an hour then.
All right. Sounds good. Hello, everybody. Hello, Wolfhound Trades. Lot going on. I mean, I'll jump into kind of what I'm doing unless somebody's here for some support on the software. It's always the priority. But as we know, yesterday was a lot of fun with the Fed comments. Typical Fed day. I've mentioned it before. A Fed day is usually good at making a new high and then reversing and making a new low. And yesterday did not disappoint. Right after the close, market started to firm up. It was almost like that was a trap. Apparently somebody got liquidated yesterday in a lot of these AI names. It was kind of a sobering post or a tweet. Nibius was one of their holdings. It's up 28-30% today. How'd you like to be liquidated yesterday, forced by your broker to sell? And then apparently like all these big institutions came in and did block trade swaps on the telephone. They didn't, it was what was the name? Leopold Fund is what I'm referring to. And the main room is Susie. It's on the website. It's at the very bottom in the. It's called the trading room at the bottom of the footer of the website pages. I don't have the page handy, but I can show you. So Leopold got liquidated yesterday, and all the stuff they were liquidated out of is back up. Here's the trading room right here. This is what Barry's referring to there, Susie. I'm looking at XRP. So back to yesterday, big head fake, big neck snap overnight in the futures, everything gapped back up. And when I start to hear news like this, like, oh, somebody got liquidated. Oh, and they didn't do it in the general market. They did it on the telephone on the second floor with Bear Stearns and Merrill and all these other big names. Goldman was in there. And that's usually an interesting sign of a possible turn when somebody capitulates. When you hear of somebody or some group capitulating. But anyway, what was left for me was not much. I came in yesterday about half invested, took a hit yesterday with all that crazy action, but I stayed in the stuff I wanted to stay in. And the cash that I had available this morning, I immediately put to work. And I'll go through my portfolio with you right now, because a lot of these stock charts I'm looking at, they all look the same. We're bottom picking down here, but you don't have a choice. This is where the market's giving us, and this is where I think the most upside is. The risk is being short down here in these oversold names as I go through them in order of profitability. Today, Alloy, and this is a story. I saw a headline 3 nights ago where Trump said, somebody better start making magnets So I started doing research on magnets. And yeah, you can interrupt or you can talk anytime in here, Susie. You can ask questions. So I started doing AI research on magnets, and alloy. It was just happened to so be a chart I was watching in the first place. So I got really bullish on this name. Love the volume that came in yesterday on the open. They tried to sell it off on the close. They didn't get me. I bought more pre-market, more on the open. Now I'm just waiting. This is a rare earth play. Okay, that's doing the best for me today. Energy, another one I had my eye on, and look at how it broke through the 20 SMA finally. I'd been in this one for a couple of days, and it just broke through and started working for me. Nuclear energy, X energy. And then Andy's got me on the big cap cycle. I just couldn't resist looking at these charts of Oracle that was once trading back here at 330, and now it's on sale at 125. It's like the most oversold it's been in a while. So I'm in that name from yesterday and added pre-market. So also put some capital to work. I don't know, must be a glutton for punishment. I got out of ABTC 5 days ago, back in today for some Bitcoin exposure. HYMC, I'm in there for some silver exposure. The portfolio is on highs as we speak, so that's a good sign. Seeing a lot of green. Look at this right here. This is really important. I'm going to share this with you guys. This is new highs versus new lows, and I'm monitoring this constantly. And what this is telling me is a big buy program is coming into the market here. And so let me get my pen. I wanted to do this. I wanted to show you that that's the buy program. So let me share this so you can all use this as well. It's really beneficial. You need this. Here it comes. Yep. I'll tell you what, yesterday on the close, well, I couldn't believe the selling, and it makes sense now. I'd never seen wave. I'm going to show you what it looked like yesterday. It was like wave after wave of selling. Sell, release, sell, release, sell, release, sell. And that was somebody being liquidated. It was an absolute monster sell program. And this was really handy looking at this yesterday. It came in pretty handy. So if anybody wants it, I thought I pasted it. Yeah, I pasted it. There it is again. I have a friend who made an app to scan. It can specially everything Trump's data says it might affect the market. What an idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. He did say buy Intel and buy Micron last year. And those were some good calls. I think he's trying to help us out sometimes, quite honestly. So buy magnets, and alloy is what I came up with. And that's a darn good looking chart if it can reverse. It's trying to change lanes. Most of these charts I'm looking at, they're all under their moving averages, but they're trying to change lanes, which is a good term I like, to move up into the next quadrant. Okay, so XRPI, I decided I really am so bullish on XRP down here, and I don't have any liquid cash. I've already deployed as much as I can buying XRP, XLM, and HBAR, and I've got them all downloaded off exchanges onto my cold wallet and my safe. And I'm done buying. I've been buying for the last year, just stacking those at these great prices. And I figured, well, there's no reason I can't add some more exposure to XRPI just using my 401k leverage, using the ETF. So I'm in XRPI again. And then we're going to get into some of the names I've been trying and then just had to get out of too soon. But EOSE is a possible reversal, another energy type of battery storage. Energy seems to be in play. Okay, you're welcome, Susie. Come by anytime. Andy will be here tomorrow. Andy and I have traded together for almost 30 years. EOSE is trying to go to highs. And so all these charts look the same to me. Here's the guardrails that I'm using. The 10 SMA is forcing a lot of these charts to try and reverse, but they're slamming into the upside moving averages. So this is where the rubber meets the road. And these are my guardrails. I'd like to see this break through, and it gives me more confidence that we're moving in the right direction. Moving down the list here, Sound, I'm up in this one. It was another one I've had my eye on. Big capitulation yesterday. Sometimes things reverse on a capitulation. These are just some of the names I've been trying, but not working, so I'm jumping in them again. Poet, another one. Andy and I have been trying this one. Look at how this one traded above the 5-day moving average, and now it's being pushed higher, possibly by the 10. That's a good sign. More energy, UEC. I'm really focused on energy this morning. Another break of the 5-day moving average. The 10 SMA is pushing it to highs. It's exactly what a lot of these charts look like to me right now. Imprint on that right there. They're moving up into the 5-day moving average, and the 10 SMA is giving the bidders a push, and they're all trying to compete to get higher now. Over here on the daily, it's still a mess, but intraday, it's trying to shape up. I'll take it. Game, another one of those stocks I'm always in and out of. Don't want to miss a big move in Game. It bounced right off the 5-day moving average. This is why I use this guardrail. Look at that. And I'll give you my chart. If anybody wants the chart, you can use the cloud link to this chart. I only use 2 moving averages. That's all I need. And those are my guardrails. What the heck? There we go. All right, here is the chart for anybody who's here and wants it. But look at that 5-day moving average. If you're wanting to bid into something, I don't care if it's Game or whatever, and you're watching it, and boom, it comes down and tags that, you got it. And of course, we have a scan for that too. I'll go over that later. Pulling back and touching the 5-day moving average, you can create a scan for that. Couple more names. I got a lot of stuff. Another energy name. This was the last thing I bought this morning with the last amount of cash. So it's a bottom barrel solar energy play. Rum. I like to always be exposed in rum. I believe in this company, and the stock doesn't want to sell off, but it doesn't want to go higher either. And last but not least, the one I'm not liking at all really is Lunar. It needs to shape up. But look at these charts. They're all the same. Lunar was at 45, 46. Now it's at 10, 11. I mean, at some point, they are going to turn, and it's a trader's dream to want to be loaded up when you get the turn, because that rising tide just fills up your account, and it's a nice feeling, and hopefully we'll get that today. The plan for me is at the end of the day, I'll go through all those names I just looked at. There's UEC on highs, nuclear, uranium. I mean, at the end of the day, if Lunar looks like crap and rum looks like crap, I'll probably sell those and turn those into cash and see what happens. Xerox, one of the reasons I did not take Xerox yesterday or because of earnings. I don't like to gamble into earnings. And I'll tell you what, in the back of my mind, Pramod, the AI bloom has been off the rose. As we all know, the AI bubble has kind of burst. Back here, I was waiting for Xerox to make some sort of a, hey, we're doing AI announcement. And it would have worked. But back here, an AI announcement isn't going to give you shit. And so I figured the game was probably over for a headline announcement in Xerox. I took my eye off of it. And then when I see earnings coming up, I'm like, well, I'm not touching that. And I didn't even like the chart. So I've taken my focus away from Xerox a little bit. Apparently they had good earnings. I haven't looked at it. If it starts to shape up and move up to highs again, it might come back into play. I'll have to read and see what it's all about. Yeah, I'm in TE. It's Andy's call, and it's just another little energy stock. And again, this is a very small position. It was like on a game show when you've got like just enough money left to buy something goofy. That's the allocation I put in TE. So it's not going to hurt me if it rolls over. So I've got kind of a strong bias towards the energy names again, energy and mining and crypto. Basically, it looks like. All right, dare I look at the Qs and see if we're trying to hold on to the market? Yep, that looks good. That looks good. So ideally, we're going to see here this buy program start to kick in, and keep the green above the red here, and use these guardrails on my NASDAQ to just kind of tell me that we're hopefully in good shape right here as it stands in the moment. Anything can happen in this crazy ass market, as you guys have experienced. It's been very difficult. Last 2 months have been difficult for me. I've had a drawdown, but I've already made back yesterday and a lot more. So hopefully this is a nice reversal. If we can build on it, I'll just play them accordingly. I teased you guys about that 130. Let's load a scan and show you how we can use trade ideas to locate. There we go. Pull back to the 130. How we can locate ideas in real time that just so happen to be pulling back to the blue line there. Okay, ZWS was one. Let's look at today. Wix. There it is, sitting on the 5-day. ZBH bounced off the 5-day. That was a good alert. DLB holding the 5-day. That's a good alert. MTG coming back. Bounced off the 5-day and history. So on a day like today, this is kind of an interesting scan because you get a lot of things that come through. But let me share this again because I know some people are probably secretly thinking I might want to look at that. I do not use Brokerage Plus for the simple reason that my live account is Thinkorswim, and the only time I use Brokerage Plus is when I'm testing or sim trading or testing out the product. So as you can see, I'm not even connected right now. I'm not in the testing mode or doing anything unusual. But when I'm demonstrating, I can use the paper account, TI paper trading. There's a million different ways to trade. I mean, Michael Noss, who was here for us for a while, he's a complete automated trader. Some people just want to automate their trading. Other people want to be day traders and trade off a 5-minute chart like Barry. Myself, I've got a 401k, so I'm more of a hedge fund. Tons of different ways to make money. You just got to figure out what your plan is. Can that be done on a 15-minute chart? No, but it can pull back to the 10 SMA, which is the closest thing I have, which is exactly what you're asking for. So if I go 10 SMA search, pull back to the 10 SMA daily, pull back to the 10 SMA 15. These are all things I've made over the years. Pull up the first example. Why is it not coming up? I'm locked up here. What's going on? Why can't I get in there? What's going on here? Do I have something open? What the heck? Let me try this again. This is weird. My trade ideas is just locked up on me. That never happens. Probably because I'm live. I just got to go to the task manager and end it. It's the first time I've locked up. Interesting. Then again, like I said, it might be because I'm live. Who knows? Let's try that again. Try killing Epic Pen. Yeah, that's probably a good call. I'll close that. Good call, Pepe. So where were we? Let's load that again. Pull back to the 10 SMA. And you'll notice now my compare count window refreshes and starts. Kind of a bummer, but it'll fill in. There we go. Let me look at the config on this real quick. Yeah, that's too wide. Just making it tighter so the names that are at the 10 SMA are closer to it, like that one. Go to history. All right, so these should all be pulling back on the 15-minute chart, holding that rising 10 SMA, or at least touching it as the alert came out. Those are 10 minutes old, 20 minutes old here. So I can, oh, that's a beauty right there. I'm not going to pull up my pen. Imprint on this right there. And that blue arrow is giving you SHOO. Look at this, strong stock breaking out on the daily. So you pull this up, you go, oh, the daily looks great. Got ahead of itself. All the people that chased are now coughing up those shares because they can't take it. They bought too much. And they're coughing it up right at the 10 SMA. And you just got alerted that this is a good entry point. And that's textbook right there. So I'll give you this scan and you can, it's basically what you were asking for, but we just don't have the EMA that you want. Yep, there you go. And you can play around with that. Remember that the little adjustment that I did there at the beginning was the distance from the 10 SMA. I had a whole quarter point below and a whole quarter point above. I think I designed this scan a few years ago, and I've learned that I have to tighten that up a lot. So I changed that one that I just gave you to 0.05% below to 0.05% above. So just a 0.1% envelope around that 15-minute 10 SMA. And again, you can make any changes you want. Something on the daily might be stronger that you don't want to see or do want to see. I need to remove a name of symbol from my private list. Okay, very good. So good question. It's not intuitive. We're in limbo right now, between the TI Pro windows that we can do. We can add things on the fly. We can add things on the chart, add to my list, add but the problem is, how do I get them out? So we need to go to your My Trade Ideas. It's going to be in here. And you'll see on the left-hand side when you're logged in, make sure you're in delayed mode so it doesn't affect your Windows Live mode. You can't do both. And then you'll just notice that you've got My Stocks. And this is the list over here. So if I wanted to pull something out of my liked list, I could go to my liked list here. And let's say I don't really want Keel anymore. I can get rid of Keel using those little delete icons, okay? And that's how you would do it. And then you just use the symbol list for drop-down menu above. All right, I think I got all the questions. Let's check in on the NASDAQ. See if it's still riding our guardrails. So now we've got a cross on the 10 SMA. We're a few ticks off of highs. I want to show you guys something. This is diabolical. I also like this for the, oh God, I love this for the bullish case. This is crazy, all right? After all of this yesterday, the Fed making a new high and then reversing, this was just killing me, but I just laughed and said, this is how Fed days work. And that guy, somebody got liquidated, boom, gap up. Okay, there's our open right there. I'm going to draw a blue line right there on the open. So the SPYs opened and traded, bam, right into the 5-day moving average. Big shocker, right? Rejection, rejection, 4 rejection wicks at the 5-day. Of course, that's where we got rejected. Pull back, and this is where the market gets diabolical. This is the signature footprint of algorithmic and AI trading. I look up and I see on my 401k high lows, I see SPY making a new low. I go, oh, great. Awesome. And then it immediately ticked right back up. And I go, oh, wouldn't that be funny if the algorithms tried to bait and sucker a bear trap into everybody? Once again, the last 50 days, it seems like what's worked is fade the 5-day, roll back over to sell, get short, get out of your longs, whatever. They went one tick below, printed a new low, flashed it all over everybody's screen, and it immediately reversed. I watched it in real time. It was crazy. And I know that's exactly what's going on. So you guys have got to remember, these stupid algorithms, they have a destiny in mind, and they're not going to reverse until they print that destiny. Doesn't matter what the supply demand is. It's just the way they work. And it's like, it's designed, the market is designed to shake out as many people as possible on the long side and the short side. And the best way to do that sometimes is just take it to a new high or a new low and get the panic people out who are on the edge, on the fence, and you got their shares. All right, Mike, what's up? My favorite is still Alloy. Trump said, get long magnets. Somebody needs to start making magnets. It's a USA company, $7 company. It was 20. Like so many other charts, if today's the day, I'm sitting on my hands. Jesse Livermore in the 20s, 1900s was the best trader around before computers. And he said the best performance that he always created he found was done by his sitting. not by his thinking and his acting, but his sitting, and that cuts both ways. For the first few days of this week, my sitting was sitting on my hands and sitting on cash, just like the trade of the week was. And then I thought, well, post-Fed, we might have a chance to get some oversold rallies. So now I'm in, but now I'm sitting. If I just start scalping these names, I could be really mad at myself come tomorrow if this is a short-term bottom or a near-term bottom. There's a lot of meat left on these bones, and I'm cutting myself short if I get out now. I've had too many paper cuts over the last month, to sell myself short now, literally, and cut my profits too soon. So if we close on highs, just know that I'm going to be a happy guy over here, reversing a few weeks worth of difficult, market action, and hopefully maybe we'll catch a turn here. Jesse Livermore was called the boy plunger because he was a giant risk taker. That's what made him all his money, by sitting high in leverage, and it's what also bankrupted him, by sitting high in leverage. So what's silver and gold doing? Silver's creeping. Did you guys pay attention to this? The dollar. This brings up another great point. I'm going to do a video on this. You see a lot of bullish divergence in the stocks that are at lows, oversold, but the U.S. dollar has what we call bearish divergence. I'm going to bring up I got to bring it up again. Pray for me, Pepe. Bullish divergence. What is that? Well, a bullish divergence is a higher high in price with a lower low in RSI. And what it leads to sometimes is a break. And that's what we got in the US dollar. Okay. Now let's look at something like EOSE. EOSE, he said. Maybe not the best example. Let me see if I can find another better example. Maybe lunar. Let's see what lunar looks like. Kind of. So on the flip side, the bullish divergence is what a lot of charts look like right now. Lower lows in the chart, but doing the lower lows with a higher low in RSI. That's something, if you don't know, you should look into. It's called divergence. And a lot of times it can help you signal a turn. And I've got that in the back of my mind, that a lot of these charts I'm sitting in probably have some pretty decent divergence on the bullish side if they're oversold like this. Here's a good one in UEC. Oh, ABTC is going to be the best of all. That's the one I was thinking of. Look at this example of bullish divergence. Basically a match of lows, but the second test of lows did it on much less energy. You see that? So that's one of the first things I learned in trading back in the 90s. I would try to find things like UUP in cattle or cotton and futures and commodities. And I learned and read about bearish divergence. And so once you catch a short side of a bearish divergence in a commodity and you get paid quickly over the course of 2 days, you get addicted to that. So I'm just doing it on the opposite side of the spectrum now. What does Oracle look like on the bullish divergence? Pretty damn good, I tell you. Look at that. Look at that lower, 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 low. Higher low, higher low, higher low. So the more I go through this, the more conviction it kind of gives me that maybe we can catch, a short-term reversal. And it's every trader's dream to be fully invested on a reversal, so the high tide just pours the money into the account when it works, as opposed to paper cut after paper cut, which has been the last few weeks in a lot of these same names. Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. All right. See some silver names coming through. I like that. CDE is a minor, silver minor, because I'm long HYMC. So when I see names coming through in the same sector, it's always nice. I'm going to turn the RSI off. So hopefully that made sense. Okay, so Oracle divergence would flip over. Also look at the weekly chart for possible future institutional sponsorship. Let's go back. There's a mouthful there. Oracle weekly institutional sponsorship. RSI. Look at you. Another example on the weekly. So not only on the daily, it's an example on the weekly. Lower low on the weekly and a little higher low on the weekly RSI. It's always good to confirm in a different time frame, yeah. All right, back to the cues. What is the market thinking? It's still making it very hard for the sellers at the moment. I'll tell you what, a new high in the cues would probably just really demoralize the short sellers. So, because they were already, as I mentioned, demoralized on this tick down here. Anybody that probably was short and they saw that new low come through, by the time they turned back away from adding to their shorts and piling in and looking back over to the market, they were probably reversed on. That was diabolical what they did in the SPYs. The SPYs are just camping out right now. I'm going to put an alert at today's highs so I'll know if we get a spike through new highs. Yeah, Mike, I have no intention of selling Oracle. I think this is one of that's going to go in the back pocket. I think when you look at that chart and that company, the massive sell-off from 250, and then before that, it had a massive sell-off from 340. It was just a year and a half ago. No, it was just a year ago. Wow. So in 1 year's time, Oracle has fallen from 343 down to 117. And today is the first day in forever. I'm looking at this day right here, rejection. Look at how it rejected on the 10 SMA. It wasn't ready. Rejection on the 10 SMA. It wasn't ready. Today, it just changed lanes. So it's got my attention. Again, back to the whole thing that started that whole thing was UUP, the dollar basket. I just look at this one. There's many different things you can look at. Big, massive hit over the last couple of days. Yes, I agree with you, Pepe. If we can break through that, we've got a solid chance to move a lot higher. The S&P was just literally just a neck snapping head fake. It did nothing like the chip centered weighted NASDAQ and the tech stocks. You're exactly right. There are now enough victuals on the plate, Mike. You have good ears. The cat is now content. All right, Oracle, hang in there, buddy. I'd like to just see the SPYs and the Qs just kind of hang out above the 5-day moving average here. If they go flat for the next half an hour, that's fine. Just it's kind of a war right now. Who's the sellers like, oh shit, did things just change? Do I need to cover or do I need to add? And the buyers are like, oh man, I'm not selling. If this is the low, I'm not selling. So there's a kind of a war of the minds right here. 5 cats, well done. It's a lot of cats. This one just might be the first casualty of the day. I don't mind putting a stop in here at 11.85 midday, so I'll do that. This is the lowest performer of the day. I'll go ahead and put a stop in that one. 11.82. All right. So zero tolerance if this thing can't get going. I was looking at SpaceX and it just looks like garbage. I just don't have any faith in the overhyped SpaceX stock. This thing's probably not going to bottom out for a while. So as long as SpaceX is weak, the other ones don't have a chance. You know, I think as far as I'm concerned, now that SpaceX is on the stage, that's not what you want to see on a day like today. So Lunar now has a stop, hard stop at, what did I do, 81? Yeah. And we'll just turn that back into cash and that'll be a fresh idea for tomorrow. All right. ONDS is another one that's been disappointing a lot of people. Just can't get going. Got sold off hard yesterday. Probably part of that liquidation. That fund probably owned some of that. I bet they did. SPYs are just really holding a nice little bid up there. But it would be a straight shot to the 10 SMA on the daily, that's for sure. Put an alert in that spot as well. 10 SMA daily, not much more. It's the high from yesterday, really. Yeah, I'm going to put the highs from yesterday in there. That's more interesting to me. Maybe we can shoot it to the 50. Qs were looking like they wanted that 200 yesterday. Yeah, I know that was the one thing that was bugging me. I thought, man, there's still a lot of meat on that bone. Nibis too. I think I was thinking of that one. Nibis was so close. I tried it a couple times and they got me out. They got me out on that rollover right there. Trust me, I tried. And then I see this gap up and I just laughed. This is how it is. Take it or leave it. All right. What do we got? Another 15 minutes or so with you guys. Then Barry will come back. Andy will be in tomorrow. And then just like that, it's another week. I barely have any shares of TE, and I chased that one. That's why it's down a little bit. It's my last purchase of the day. I wonder where the anchored VWAP was on the NASDAQ gap. Way up there. This is the part that scares me. Second. Indicator manager, edit, right, Pepe? I want that A VWAP to be gone. I was having trouble doing this before. Now let me come back and make sure that the NASDAQ no longer has my anchored VWAP in there. And it does. I got to show that to them. Okay, interesting. So I'm not going to put a second one in there. I don't know how to get rid of that. If I can't use my indicators manager, if you got any ideas, Pepe. Go to edit, and there it is, A VWAP. I want to delete you. Save again, back. I don't want to hit revert. Dan is back. What was it? Not last night, but the night before. Legacy. Okay, I'll try that. I'm insomniac. I'm up at 12:30 of my time, and I look on our chat and I see Dan say I'm back. It was like 12:45 a.m. and he's in Los Angeles, and he still had to drive to San Diego, and he had a long 30-hour delay after delay trip. So he's adjusting his time zone, and he's back at work today, but he'll be back next Wednesday. And we're getting a little pullback in the NASDAQ. So let's try this again. You said use the legacy indicators. Let's see, indicators. Legacy indicators. So I'll go to here. But then it defaults to this thing. Let's see. Edit. It's gone. So let me come back. If I turn off browser interface, go to that indicator, this legacy, that was probably what you meant in the first place. Anchored VWAP. If that works, I'm going to bring that up to them as a solution. And that works. You're a genius. Yep. Okay. So I got to point that out to them. I'll write that up. I'll write that bug up. Okay. With that being known, now I can try a different one. I want to see, I'm going to go back. And now I'll just use, it's the old legacy. I forgot how to use it. Let's try this candle right here. Okay, interesting. We're running right up underneath it now. So the actual move from the entire bottom of the NASDAQ from the last April, we broke the anchored VWAP, spent a few days under, and now we're just underneath it here. Okay, and then I'm in legacy mode. I can go to indicators, edit, VWAP. Yep, and then this sticks. So I'll show them that workaround. As usual, thank you. Back to the browser. All right. I'll make a video on that. Come on, NASDAQ, hang in there, spiders. give the sellers false hope. All right. Little midday, noon hour pullbacks here and there. Sometimes you need them. Just nowhere else to go. Just run out of steam. EOSC just fell right there at the 5-day, to be expected. So it doesn't bother me. Obviously, they're going to try and defend that level. They always do. Rarely do you see something cut through that like a hot knife through butter, but without news. With news, different story. But just on its own market-making activity, the sellers are going to jump in there every time on a downtrend. They're going to defend that level. And alloy is giving me a bit of a pullback, but these are all midday, and they're all healthy as far as I'm concerned. You just have to sit through them. Looks like earnings on that one. What a mess Xerox is. It's just one big doji. All right, what else we got? There's SpaceX on lows again. I don't think that lunar is going to survive the stop that I put in there. But, and this is a great, another example I might do a video on. I did this the other day on something, and it's a perfect example of why not to do it. Like, I caught myself just getting kind of hasty and emotional and said, you know what? Things were selling off again. It was like, here we go again. We're going to the lows again. And of course, I had like 4 or 5 stops in there. And I looked at this one stock and I'm like, I forgot what it was. I think it was XE actually, which I'm long now again. But it looked like it was going to roll over and hit my stop. And I remember the thinking, my mentality is, oh yeah, you think you're going to get that extra 10 cents out of me? Well, bah, I beat you to it. And so I sell it and I don't let it stop out, only to look back and see it bounce. And so I have a bad habit of doing that sometimes. And I'm going to call myself out in a video and talk about, if you do that, be aware of it and don't do that. Because the worst thing you want to do is just start changing up your mind after you've made a cold, hard decision. You've limited your risk. You put it in there. You should be able to move on and focus on other things. But in the moment, I got carried away and said, screw it. You're not going to get that extra 10 cents out of me. I'll just sell it now. And in hindsight, that was a mistake. So I had to jump back into EXE and lose my original position. But now it's looking really good on the daily chart there. It's changing lanes where it was once rejected, twice rejected, 3 times rejected, 4 times rejected at the 20 SMA. And this looks like a newer issue because the 50 SMA just came into play. So I like this position. This is a newer issue. It is a nuclear play. That's a happy sign. DJT, I'm long, of course, I always am, and they've got earnings tomorrow, so that should be interesting. I put a price alert there at the 200 now. So, I'm sorry, XE, back to XE. Yeah, I really like the way this is finally performing. This is the first time it's showing any inclination, at least midday, to try and post a green candle above the declining 20 SMA, which after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rejections of the 20 SMA, today it's reclaiming it. And it's doing so with a higher low. And it's a new issue. So I kind of like this. I've given up on the 3 amigos, SMR, Okolo, and NNE. They've all been crushed. Kind of more interested in XE now. Can't say why. It's just a new, fresh name, and it's performing. And I want exposure to nuclear. A lot of ugly charts, but at some point they do turn. Oh, ONDS is finally getting a bid. Are you holding through earnings? Yes, I normally don't, but every now and then I have a stock like Oracle I'm not going to sell, I don't believe. DJT, I have no intention of selling. So the stocks that I'm quote unquote investing in, I have to sit. I would just murder myself. If I'm a swing trader and I have no conviction on the stock or the play, I'm going to get out. I'm not going to gamble it. Like Xerox is a perfect example. I was explaining earlier. Xerox was on my radar back here because it was doing really well. It had some nice moves. And then it lost it. And I just took it off my radar and said, I don't care about Xerox anymore. I looked yesterday and I saw that it had earnings. I said, no way. No, thank you. If I don't have any conviction of the company in the future, a year down the line, then I'm not going to sit through earnings. But I do in Oracle. They already had their earnings. I do in DJT. They've got earnings. ABTC has earnings coming up. I've got some conviction there. It's so oversold, and probably the most egregious RSI divergence that we've seen yet. Double low, much higher low in the RSI. So yes, and you got to remember the DJT, if you don't know, they've quietly merged with an atomic fission nuclear company. So again, it's a whole, not only Bitcoin, they've got a ton of Bitcoin. They're merging with a nuclear power company. I think Trump knows that we need to turn the power on quickly in this country. He's saying, buy magnets, make magnets, buy energy, get energy. You know, and I think they're literally putting their money where their mouth is. It's their company. And they're merging. They're literally merging with TAE, a nuclear fission company that's going to be designed to start powering up all the stuff that we need. So there's a lot going on in the DJT. It's not just a media company anymore. It's media / Bitcoin, crypto / energy, atomic fission. Nibis was a very sad story. I was in it yesterday trying to hold a balance, but I think the Leopold fund getting liquidated hurt everybody. This was a massive liquidation at the close and a lot of things, especially AI related. And then you get a giant gap up and it runs 30%. So that's not normal. What happened yesterday was very abnormal. And hopefully we can build on that and maybe get a reversal in the market. Spies are trying. Well, if they can go back through highs here, that will demoralize the shorts. You always got to be thinking, what's the other team thinking? Did they just get trapped down there in that SPY because every single day selling those types of setups works? Well, today it might not work for them. And that's the hardest part of any trader, is recognizing what once worked no longer works. And if the SPYs go to highs here and trigger a new high, all those sellers who were apathetic in changing their tune today, they're about to get, hopefully they'll get roiled if we go to highs. You got to think about the setup. The market's been full of fear. At some point, the market turns contrarian off that fear and then bounces. I've seen it 100 times. We're very close to making new highs in this SPY. I hope we do it. Barry,
I'm here.
are we going to go to highs here in the SPY while you joined us?
I'm kicking myself because in the trading room, William, who's one of our great long-term customers, he was talking about CYCU just when it was breaking 50 cents. Take a look at it right now.
Jeez.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah,
10 million
kidding.
float. Yeah, look at that thing.
No kidding. Did you happen to check out DFNS yesterday and the day before and the day before? Did you see that nonsense?
No, I wasn't really paying attention. I was in cash mode.
DFNS.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
I can see it now. Yeah, it looks like a lot of halts.
Well, that's today. But look, put it on a daily chart. It hit 100. It hit over 100 this morning.
Oh my God.
I know, crazy.
That's not my game. That's too much excitement for me.
Too much excitement. Yeah, you got to watch the old ticker.
Yep.
Okay. All right,
Yeah.
Steve. Listen, thanks for spelling me, and
All right.
we'll see you next week.
Yep. And Andy
Okay.
will be there tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, guys. I think I'm back. I think the screen sharing worked. And back in both rooms now. Back in both rooms now. And one last thing to do, get that music going. William, I've got a real bone to pick with you. How come you didn't tell me to buy CYCU? What a move. What a 400, oh my gosh, 414,000. Float turnover is only 38. So it's actually a relatively high float for that sort of a stock. But my goodness. Because I remember you talking about it, and it was starting to show up here because my minimum here is 50 cents. And so it was starting to show up. What a, my goodness, 30 cents to a dollar 40. Anyway, it's funny. I'm seeing this DXYZ. That was a really nice one when we were all excited about before the SpaceX venture. So, any news on this one? This has been just dead ever since they announced their up to $1 billion financing. But until that point, that was an amazing run. Yeah, well, I just have this sort of phobia about trading stocks under a dollar, number one. And then even when it hit a dollar, I don't really recall when it hit a dollar. I think I was on my break, but I don't know. I just obviously I never thought it would get to $1.50. I didn't see the news though. I probably should have at least checked out to see what the news was. But it's just astonishing volume. 414 million shares. We haven't had a billion share day for a while, guys. I remember we used to get them every now and then. Some of these cheap ones, really cheap ones, trading a billion shares. Haven't seen one for a while. How many times have this halted death? Five, only 5 times. Okay. And it just came out of its halt. And now we're on the way down for a while anyway. Not necessarily, the story is not necessarily over, but it pulled back right into the wave. And it showed up here. So that's right. It showed up here at 12.16 when it finally hit a dollar. That's my minimum in this scan. It's my minimum. So that's why, but even right there, look at the volume. But even right there, that was the volume at the time of the alert. 345 million. So it's tacked on another 55 million or so, 50 million or so. How about 70 million? Oh, I remember when he mentioned it. I absolutely remember when he mentioned it. It was just barely over 50 cents, and that's why I said, you know what? It's probably going to start showing up in here, and it was, but didn't do anything about it, and it just got halted again. I think. Did it get halted again? Yes, it just got halted again. All right, guys. Well, it's 12:59, so I think I'll go over my homepage one last time today. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So I'm going to get my homepage link in. You guys can take a look at it, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Yeah, well, me too. You know what, though, I cannot say with a straight face that I would have traded it at 50 cents. I wasn't interested. I just thought, okay, it's one of those. It'll be go up to 60 cents and then fall back. Nope. So it's not like I would have traded at 50 cents. I might not even have traded it at $1. Somebody's asking about Micron and Blizzardo. Well, Micron obviously has had a fantastic day with a lot of the semis. Certainly this top sector. 8% move for Micron itself, 16%. My goodness. It's astonishing. But again, a lot of these stocks are looking just like this. I'm not saying, well, Micron, I don't know if all the other tech stocks, the SMHs in SMH and the tech stocks had 3 down days or 4 down days, but certainly most of them had the big down day yesterday, and then the recovery today. Yeah, you're asking, I mean, it's not looking bad. It's the next high looking left. It's got room 935, but I'm not saying it's going to get there. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. Remember now, the 15% is the first month only. Well, I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code, whatever it is. We have changes in the code every now and then with promotions, but it really helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and also the trading room right here. Okay, trading room, more robust, a lot more action in this room. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. So if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's free. I get onto the mic. I get on the mic, both rooms, between 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down on my homepage, you can sign up for the Trade of the Week right here. Keep it simple. Get the Trade of the Week. Okay. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. Click on the more info. So 2 things. If you're just taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this. The Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. And if you're wondering about the program, listen, it's not for everybody, but this should give you an idea about what we can do. Excuse me, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea, again, of what we can do. And you might want to try us for at least a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. This is for you if you are new to trading. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. Custom scans right here. So technically, this is not a scan. This is a race. This one right there, this is the race that I'm displaying. I do have another race that I'm sharing. Don't have it up and running. Upside versus downside movers right here. Halts resumes, which is massively active every single day, usually. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Imagine that. Upside versus downside movers is here. And then we've got the 4 other scans that I don't have up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. You can ask me questions about them if you want. Any of the scans, actually. And remember, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms, so you can ask questions about trade ideas, etc., and I'll do my best to answer. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. All right, guys. It's going to pay me to go back through all the. There's so many, but there's probably, I bet you 90% of these would have made a lot of money. Just that there were so many of them. This could have been maybe the best one, just based on a percentage move. That's a 50% move from the alert, just about. How's the Bivy doing? BIVI, let's see, 145 hasn't moved yet. Low float, no volume. The 2-time bull ETF for Micron, MUU. Not a big move, actually, from the alert, 2582 to 2670, 32. I mean, good move, but not a massive move. I think this one, Legion, LGN, 5910. Pretty good move. I mean, right now, 6045. Again, it's hard to believe that most of these in powder blue will not. I missed out on getting on the Intel. Yeah, 1894. Wow, I really missed out getting that. Trying to get it at 1910, I think. And I missed out on getting the Intel. So again, from that alert, 1894. Again, this is the 2-time bull, right? The company ETF. Some of these moves are amazing. For these large cap stocks to move 13%. The possible help. You mean the possible resume price? Okay, sure. Nihan in our YouTube room. Possible is 147. So the question was, where could CYC open? So this screen here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And when a stock gets halted, it shows up in this nice big red. In this column, trying to show you where it could open. So if you're in this one right now, you definitely want to see a number above. You don't want to see like 110 or 120 in this column. Doesn't mean it's going to open at 147. And if it's a 5-minute halt, like typically they are, this will open at 109 plus 51 seconds. So not quite 2 minutes. You can only run 2 layouts at the same time if they're both docked. So for instance, this is my layout, not docked. If I loaded another layout right now that is a non-dock, like I can load layouts from the channel bar, the dock channel bar, and that's fine. Okay, but if I try to load just a typical layout, again, like I've got some layouts out here, this layout would disappear. So just be careful. You can have 2 docked. So you can load, go to the. If you've got 2 layouts that you've created and they're not docked, then don't do it. Okay, makes sense? How to dock a layout. Well, I'm going to show you in the guide. Okay, docking is not easy. I'll say that. I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, but I'll direct you to the in the user guide. It's tricky. That's all I can say. So if you go to if you click on my homepage link and scroll down until you get to again to the education section, and up here in the user guide, there's going to be a whole section on docking. Here you are. There's your docking. Okay. But it's a tricky thing to dock. If I get a moment, I'll show you. You know, I'll show you how to do it, but it's tricky. Meanwhile, CYCG. So it opened and it came. See, it opened down. It did not open above. Well, it might have opened a couple of pennies. Okay, let me show you. Okay. So you click on new and docked window, new docked window. I don't know where it's going to show up. Okay, so it showed up on this monitor. So you can give it a name. I'll just call this test. Actually, what I do, when I used to do a lot of docking, I don't dock anymore because it sort of taxes my machine. All right. But what I would do if you're going to do, you know, if you're going to create a bunch of dock layouts, then start off naming it dock or docked or something, and then give it a name. The reason why, because then you can search. When you search, you can search and you just type in dock and you'll see all your dock layouts. I'll show you, but I'll just type in test right here. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of this. I don't care about that. I mean, these are the instructions, but okay. So here is my layout. Obviously there's nothing in it. Okay. So if I want to put this in the dock, so I right click. You see where it says duplicate into test. So what you want to put into the dock, all your free floating windows. Okay. So duplicate into test. Okay. So now here it is. Okay. Now the biggest gainers from the start of the race, right click, duplicate into test. So they're going to start showing up as tabs at the top here. Okay. Now that's not the usual. I mean, you can leave it like that if you want, but let me just do one more. The Hulse resumes. Duplicate into test. So here they are, three. Now, here's where it gets tricky because the idea now, you see what I did? This is where it gets very tricky. Because people, they grab it accidentally and then they say, what the heck happened? So the idea right now then is to say, okay, where do I want to actually, if I want to see all these, instead of having to click on the symbol, like click on the tabs and seeing what's happening, I want to see that all the time, right? So now you take the Hulse resumes, okay? And then this icon shows up. And you can put it underneath, to the left, to the right, but let me do underneath. You're going to see what I'm talking about, okay? So now you've still got these two tabs, but now you've got this one underneath. Now you can see everything that's happening without having to click on the tab. You do the same thing. The biggest gainers from the start of the race. I'll put it to the right of this. So I go down here. See how these icons, okay? So now you've got them all. And the tricky part though is to make sure you grab it correctly. And when this icon shows up, then you just pick the orientation you want. Okay. But that's how you dock. Go for it. Okay. The problem is sometimes people do this and they grab the top and all of a sudden it's free floating and they go, oh, what did I do? So you have to click that box to get it back up. You see what I mean? It can be a little bit tricky. You'll just have to practice if you really want to do it. But that's all in the guide too. It is tricky. It's once you get it, you know, it's a matter of just you have to grab the header the right way. I would say that I always put these percentages out there. 5%, 2% of our customers dock. But I do know the one person who is part of the 2%. And it's not me. I liked it. I love docking. You see, the reason for docking is it kind of it cleans things up a bit. You can move things all at once, a dock to another monitor if you want, things like that. It's sort of like it's a container, but it does clean things up. But it can be a bit of a task on your machine. Okay. Overload your machine. Didn't see it. I did not see it. I wonder if it showed up here. I know you talked about it in the pre-market, but JMKE, okay, let's see what it looks like right now. Obviously pretty good. I mean, I'm assuming it's above the IPO price. What was it priced at? It was priced at 23. Okay, it was priced at 23. So, quite frankly, it's underneath the IPO price right now. Only 1.4 million shares though. So this could go crazy, yes. But it is underneath the IPO price. But let's see. So it didn't hit the IPO price when it came out, but I'll put a price alert up at the top here. Don't know what this means. Is indicating 22 million because the other one said 23. I think this may be where it was going to open. But you have to load your entire layout. I mean, was it just showing up in a particular scan? Burks? I mean, you don't have to have the whole layout open. You could maybe just take out the one that you can just add that scan to your current layout if you wanted to. Yeah, well, why don't you just add it to your current layout instead of messing around with trying to run two layouts at the same time, and just take that volume scan. And make sure you've saved. So, for instance, let's just say this was another layout. I loaded another layout. I have a layout, and then I loaded this one. They were docked, but even if they weren't docked, I just have to make sure I save this layout, this particular scan, right click, save or share to cloud. Okay. Save it. Now it's in your cloud. Now you can load your layout, the layout you use most, and then just file, load from cloud, and then load the scan and then incorporate it as part of your layout, as opposed to having to jump around between layouts. Most of the time, unless there's some reason why you do actually want to see the other layout all the time. But if it's just an individual scan in the layout, I would just take it out, add it to your to the layout that you use the most. I mean, not that I'm, there are different ways to use trade ideas, but you notice I don't change layouts. I've got my layout for the whole day. I'm happy that it gives me enough action all day long that I don't have to change layouts. But for instance, if I load from cloud and I've saved something in the past, let's type in Momo. And I say, well, I wonder what this one would look like. Okay. And so I load it. And here it is. I think, oh, maybe I should have this one again as part of my layout. Okay. And then so when I save my layout, now it'll be part of as long as I leave it on the screen, it'll be part of my layout as an example. That's why you save everything you do to the cloud. Everything, layouts, individual scans that you create, save absolutely everything to the cloud because you never know when you might want to use it again. That's what happens to me all the time. I know I've said this many times. I created this daily trend reversals probably, I may be exaggerating, 10 years ago. I may be exaggerating, but a long time ago, and I hadn't used it for years. And then one day, probably a couple of months ago, we had a horrible day in the SPY. It was either a horrible day or a great day. Probably was a horrible day. And I thought, you know what? The trend reversal might kind of like what's happened today. When you have a horrible day, as long as not a second horrible day in a row, if the market bounces, you're going to get a lot of stocks reversing. And so that's why I thought, I wonder what it'll look like tomorrow. This is like, my going back 2 or 3 months after a bad day, thinking I should have this stock, I should have this tomorrow to see what sort of alerts. And I loved it. But you could have seen, you could have seen CYCU in this race. You would have seen it here also. You would have started seeing it at about the 55-cent level, just in this one right here. This Pilgrim's Pride. Okay. Wow, this is an earnings play. Didn't see this one. This is an earnings play on the way down, guys. A little too bad. I wish I'd seen it right up in this area. This is a nice little earnings play to short, but will it hold? The next low looking left is 28.72. So, there's possibility that, between now 29 and this 28.72, if it gets there, that could be a bit of a bounce area. Well, let's take a look at NUWE and let's see if it has any chance at all. I mean, everything has a chance, of course, but it's still hanging under the VWAP. Look at the volume, 105 million shares have traded. This is a massive float turnover with that float, 161 times the float. Did it really? No way. Big pop, and then it got halted on the way down, I guess. You would have, just when you think this is completely and utterly dead, I mean, the thing gets down to what, underneath 60. Well, it's the low today. The low today is, just underneath 60. It's got to be over, right? But this is extremely difficult to trade. Where are you going to put a stop? How many shares you're going to take? Where are you going to put a stop? After the fact, it looks so obvious. Well, I should have taken it right there. Boy, this one has a ton of room. I should have looked a little more closely. What's the spread like? 48.30, 40, but a 60-cent spread. That is too bad. 70-cent spread. It's not good. But look at the room it's got. Obviously, a fairly new IPO, I guess. Look at the room it's got. Next high is 50. I'm sorry, that's 48. I thought that said 43. Okay. So it's 48. So it's still got room, but not the room I thought. Blackberries in this. Oh man, another one. Hardly any volume though, but look at the FXHO. Just got halted. Hardly any volume. I'm sure it'll probably pick up, but there's hardly any volume right now. 28,000 shares. This is a construction company, Tutor. No, this is TELUS. It's interesting. TELUS was one of the only stocks that did something like this yesterday. This is my service provider in Canada. And yeah, it was a great day. When you look at it, it was a fantastic day in the face of what was happening in the market. Fantastic, because look what it did. It closed at the high of the day, but it's giving it all up now. And remember, I was talking about the telecommunication stocks, XLC. It was down. I said, I wonder if they're not TELUS. I don't think is that big. Of course, that's big in Canada, but yeah, these are telecommunication. Well, communication stocks. I guess they're not all telcos, but this is one of the worst. This is the worst one today. I think worst performer of the day in terms of a sector. Just looking at a SPY chart. So here were the all-time highs, I guess, are in that area. No, sorry, right up here, say 760 or so. So I mean, remember now, it looks all bleak, but I mean, look at a monthly chart. It's not quite as bleak looking. Obviously, this level right there would be a very important level to try to hold. That's 715. Couple of monthly lows right there. Looks like MetU is on the move again, guys. So this is Meta through the very choppy though, really choppy. I mean, it's at the VWAP again. MetU, the two-time ETF for a Meta. So so Meta would be doing the same thing, trying to get through the VWAP. So the stock SoFi is up 6% or so, a little over 6%. This is the another ETF, company ETF for SoFi. I think I'd be asking the company too much. Be nice if because I don't know if SoFi has earnings. I doubt if it does, but I won't know until I actually type in the stock. I don't think it is, but actually, well, it was yesterday, pre-market yesterday. Somehow it would be nice when you type in that company ETF if it would show the earnings date too, but probably asking too much of the company, right, Pepe? Luckily, I didn't have my Celsius in my mouth. I was saying it would be nice if somehow. So I've typed I know SOFX is a two timer for SoFi, but it's not going to show if it had earnings or not. It'd be nice if somehow if they could tie the company ETFs also to the earning date if it happened to have earnings. So because now I have to type in SoFi to see is it an earnings play or not. It was earnings yesterday, but somehow it'd be nice if they could tie in those company ETFs and tie it into the earnings date. But I'm probably asking way too much. That would mean that the provider of this would have to do the same thing. But with so many companies now having company ETFs, it seems like a logical next step. We know, I know, we all know Microsoft had earnings, but boy, it's a big move, isn't it? 16%. Oh, I'm sure anything is doable. I guess my point was too much to ask for, though. Well, next week when I think Dan will start his YouTube stream again on Wednesday. I think everybody should ask him that. In all seriousness, with all the ETFs now, the company ETFs, it'd be nice to know whether or not if it's an earnings play or not, like for like some reason that it's going up, or also, well, that would be that what that would be also a job for Interactive Brokers. So when I'm looking at my news for MSFL, somehow it should have tied into Microsoft. Where could this go? So the next high is 150. Oh yeah. So that's today though. That's this month, right? Yeah. Okay. So the next high looking left is 174. The next high on a monthly chart looking left is 174 for CYCU. Today's high, of course, is 150. This is the news. Securing a 10-year contract award secured through partnership with a top 5 global consulting firm, and it was $4.5 million. Five. Oh, I'm so. Well, 54. I think I read that wrong then. So $54 million, with the expected annual revenue exceeding 5 million. Okay, so it's a 10-year contract. Again, all that is from Interactive Brokers. Okay. But even here, soars as traders react to listing appeal and deal. So we actually had that information here. Okay, gives me a little bit of hope. All right, guys. Well, I don't see any questions. So what I'm going to do, I'm still here. I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'll come back on if there's a question. It looks it's getting a little deader, so I'll be leaving probably around 2 o'clock, guys. Unless you have questions for me, I'll always stick around after that or for that. But right now, tired. Sorry. Okay, so I'll get back on the mic if there's a question. Okay. All right. How to work with this tool for swing trading. So that's the trading history all. Well, I mean, it's really up to you. I mean, these are stocks. Where are you getting that from? Again, strategy trades all, history all. These are stocks that are okay. So these are stocks that are in the money from the first alert. I mean, how? I mean, I guess you would just have to click on the symbols and see if it still looks good in terms of room to run and all of that. I mean, there's no definitive way. Where are you getting that from? From the toolbar? Click on new from dock channel bar, and then this one, the AI long. Is it from here? Yeah, it looks like it could be. Okay. Well, again, these are just all they're trying to tell you is that. So these are previous AI alerts. Okay, so 765 for the butterfly. It's at 805 now. Okay, so if you click on the symbol, I mean, you'd have to analyze it. You'd want a bigger. Let me bring this out so I can look at my charts. So if I looked at BFLY right now, okay, so I look left and I say, okay, but 840. I don't know. Would I want to swing that? Doesn't look like for me there's enough room for it to keep moving. That's all I'd be doing. DBGI. I mean, the next high looking left on a weekly chart, certainly there's a lot of room, but you've got to get through this also. You see what I'm doing? I'm just sort of analyzing longer term time frames to see whether or not a stock has enough room to keep moving. Blaze. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see but all this is all that's happening here is just showing you the stocks that are in the money, previous AI alerts that are in the money, meaning they're above the original alert price. Now that alert could have happened a long time ago. In fact, that's what it's telling you right there. So June 18th was the alert. Oh, okay, you know about that. Okay. Well, it depends what you mean by alert. I mean, we have a swing trading channel. If you click on new, so we have the trader's eye, curated swing signals. Okay, I think that's what Andy does. And then we also have the swing picks. I mean, I don't know if you've looked at these. The swing picks, that's what gets sent out to people. Well, if you, well, it depends. Well, what do you mean by an alert for swing trading? I mean, okay, you know all about that. Okay. What if I were a swing trader, I'd probably look at these and because it's sort of outlined, okay, take the trade, suggestion of taking the trade at a certain price and having a stop a certain price. I think to answer your question, no. I mean, because the AI is essentially, these are intraday trades, but nothing is stopping you if you have the AI from looking at any one of these and depending how it ends up and saying to yourself, you know what, I'm going to hold this. I'm not taking. I don't know any specific one here. Okay, but there's no. It depends on how you think. As no, so the answer is no. Okay. I mean, you can create scan. I mean, Andy and Steve and those guys, they have scans for what they call swing trading or top list, but it just sort of identifies stocks that maybe some of them are beaten up stock. Andy loves the beaten up stocks that are maybe starting to bounce back. but there's no alert. There's no, search and, type in swing alert or something like that. No. Wow, William, you're going to keep the room open to 3:30, okay? Like the old days. See, if I were a swing trader, which I'm not, I'd probably have a top list window, and I'd check it at 4 o'clock, a little after hours. I'd have some and see stocks that with sufficient volume, relative volume, maybe room to run in a 10-day period, things like that. And then I'd have a list, and I'd say, okay, let's see what happens with them tomorrow. And if they start off well, then, but I'm not a swing trader, so I'm definitely the wrong person to ask. I don't have any scans really. Well, okay, but okay, that alert was well, this, right? I mean, that alert came from a long time ago. Yeah, we've covered that though. The swing email, we've covered that. You should, by the way, Chief, you should not. Oh, you're not paying for that, are you? You're not paying for the swing email, are you? Or are you a Trade Idea subscriber? So the thing is that the first one on that list, right? Okay. No, I'm talking to Chief Eric. So the first one on that list, so that the alert was at June the 2nd. Okay. So, you're talking 2 months ago, the alert. What you really want to have, which we don't have, which is too bad, is when a stock, because I don't know, you'd have to look at DBGI as an example. You'd have to look at it and see, okay, there was the alert at, $1.13. Okay. But you're not paying for it. Okay, Chief, don't pay. Are you paying the $17 a month, Chief? Okay, good. Okay. Just want to make sure you're not paying extra because so the problem is, I mean, really, I mean, you'd have to look at DBI as an example. Sure, it looks in retrospect, it looks incredible. Okay. But how long would you have had to wait for this to move off that 113 to get up here? You remember this was 2 months ago. So if you check a chart, when did that happen? That happened June, as an example, that happened June the 2nd. So this is the week of. Okay, so it happened in this week. Really? Something's not right here. Unless they did a reverse split or something. I think they might have done a reverse split because this is not reverse split adjusted because obviously there's nothing down here at 130. Let me get another one. BFLY. I'll answer Director of Awesomeness. Okay. I'll try to answer your question. BFLY. So when was that one? That was the 18th, the week of the 18th. So, okay, so somewhere in here, there was an alert at 8:08. Okay, that makes sense. 8:08. Closed up here, came back down below, and then down below again. So, I mean, I'm not sure how you'd have to be every time you get an AI alert, you may want to just sort of map it out to see whether or not if it moved down below the alert price. What we really want to happen, I'm being long-winded here. What we really want to happen is have when a stock comes back over the original alert price to get a real-time alert that that's happened. And it's been asked many times, many times of Dan. And for whatever reason, they're either unwilling or they don't want to. I don't know how much. I don't know what it would take to have that happen, because that would be the ideal situation. Some original AI alert could be 2, 3, 4 months ago. Now it's back over the original alert price. Then you can take a look at it and say, okay, maybe it makes sense to swing it now. Okay. But it is, obviously in retrospect, you think, oh man, if I'd only known, get in at 113 and hold all the way to 1345. It's just not going to happen. I mean, you're picking one like that, but a lot of them are not going to be like that. And plus, that alert was like 2 months ago. So I'm not trying to dissuade you, but how can I make sure I get in and out of a stock without any problem at any price point? How can I make sure? Okay, lots of stocks that I find through the scanner are going up, but there is not enough volume. To filter out illiquid stocks, I set my spread to 3 cents, relative volume, and dollar volume. Dollar volume, I'm not so sure about, but well, I mean, there's no guarantee. Okay, you can set a spread of 3 cents, and at the time of the alert, it could be 3 cents, but 2 seconds later, it could be 20 cents. Okay, just to let you know, the spread can change in an instant, even though at the time of the alert. But just get into like highly liquid stocks for the day. I mean, relative volume is a good one. You've got that, but I would probably put a minimum volume also of maybe if you're really worried, put 500,000 shares. And I'm talking to Director of Awesomeness 1107 in our YouTube room. I mean, everything I see is very liquid, because you're not going to find any. Now, the other thing, though, I mean, sometimes I do click on something, and the spread is not good, so I don't trade it. But CPHI, I mean, you might look at that and go, well, I don't know, it's only 416,000 shares, so maybe put them in. You can put them in if you're truly worried. You put 500,000 or a million. The problem with that, though, is that you also want to have that coupled with the relative volume, because a stock may normally trade a million shares a day, and that's not interesting. But what if a stock normally trades a million shares a day and is trading 10 million today? And that's where the relative volume filter really helps to only be in stocks that are liquid, mainly liquid anyway. I'm not saying 2 seconds later all of a sudden the volume dries up. You can't control that. So there's no guarantee. Okay, I'm sorry. I would like to, but I'm rarely. You hear me say every now and then, I can't trade that, because I've looked at the bid ask, and the bid ask is too. It's not what I want, so I just don't take the trade. But there's no guarantee. It depends on what you're trying to trade also. You know, DFNS, I mean, fantastic if you got on the right side of it, okay? But the other thing you might want, the other thing you might want is to stay away from low float stocks, okay? Because it's the low float stocks that all of a sudden can collapse. And even though you may even have a stop, you may not get out at the stop price with all your shares. So you may want to put a minimum float of, let's make one up, maybe at least 50 million, 100 million. Okay, I'm talking to director again in our YouTube room. Because it's the low float stocks that can go absolutely crazy. And yeah, it might be, once the bottom drops out, it might be very hard to get out where you want to. So you might want to have a minimum float of, I don't know, 100 million shares, and then you're usually you're not going to get nailed on something like that. Tiana, where do I find the trading window? Now, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about Brokerage Plus? Are you talking about this? You talking about this? Okay, so if you click on your toolbar, in your toolbar, sorry, in the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar. Hopefully, you're using the downloadable application. You're not trying to use the web-based version. So, because that, you have to click on New from the toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus. Hopefully, you can see what I'm doing, and then this, and then that, and then this will pop up. Don't worry about that. I always get the error message. Okay, so here it is. Okay, great. Now, are you wanting to connect to the paper trader? You want to simulate? You want to do some simulated trades? Simulated trades? Okay, so depends what you see, but you see where it says, can you see where I'm pointing at paper trader? Now, it may say when you do it, it may say not connected. Okay, it may say not connected. If it says paper trader, TI paper trader, then you don't have to do anything. But if it says not connected, then you click on brokers and then trade ideas, paper trading, and then you connect. Now you're in the paper trader. Now you can practice some trading. So now when I click on a symbol, I click on ENGS, it loads in here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's go 500 shares. I'll go, I mean, the spread isn't wonderful, but I'll click on buy and then send. I'm getting that error message. Okay, you guys will not get that. So now I'm in the paper trader. Now I can, figure out what I want to do with it. Oh, great. You want to get out of a trade. So if you're in several trades, you will highlight whatever you want to get out. I've just highlighted that. I could click flatten. That'll get me out of the trade. Half gets me out of half my position. Double, well, it doubles your position. Okay. But I'll keep in this trade to see what happens. And of course, you can put stops in and get out of a certain price. Blizzard in our YouTube room, Galaxy. Yeah, well, it's been a nice run. But let's see, what's the next high? So that's the next high looking left is right there, 2163, getting very close. Takes that out, then the next high looking left is 2394. So there's certainly room if it can take out this high looking left. I think it's going to get there, of course, but that's what I'd be looking at. All right, guys. Well, it is 2 o'clock. Again, I'll hang around if there are some questions. William, you're really going to keep this room open to 3:30, as long as there's some action in the room, right? Wow, you're just going to keep it open. Okay, well, keep William entertained though, guys. You know, he'll keep it open till 3:30. Yeah, I just don't see this NUWE doing it, guys. Maybe tomorrow, maybe we have to be watching it tomorrow. This could be like its first big day, because look at the room it's got on a weekly chart. So I have to, yes, I'll make sure that I have that one thumbnailed so I'll see it tomorrow when I wake up. But pretty ugly after that massive move in the pre-market. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing any questions. So this is what's going to happen. I'm going to be at my desk still for a while. But I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to get rid of that message. Because in essence, I've left. But if I happen to be at my desk and I do see a question, I will come back on and answer it. William is going to keep the room open until 3:30, though. It's 2:03 now, and I'll keep my layout up and running, so you'll still be able to see my layout. There's still action in this upside versus downside, and of course in the race. So there is stuff going on. So with YouTube, though, I do have to shut down. Now, if you want to come over, the YouTubers, you want to come over to the main room, because it will be open till 3:30. I'll just give you the link. So again, this is just for the YouTubers, okay? So if you click on my homepage link and you're in YouTube right now and you want to come into the trading room, the main room, right here, okay? It's free and it'll be open till 3:30. I'll be off the mic, but it'll be open to 3:30. Okay, guys, so thanks for all the help all day long. I'm going to have to shut YouTube down completely. I'll keep this room open. I'll keep my layout running. Tomorrow morning, Obi will open the room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.